Good evening, one and all. We welcome you all to the International Conference on Social Work, Sciences, Respecting Diversity, Inclusion, Social Action, and Sustainable Development 2023. And also World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month 2023 celebrations. Good evening, one and all. We welcome you to the International Conference on Social Work, Sciences, Respecting Diversity, Inclusion, Social Action, and Sustainable Development 2023. And today we are commemorating and celebrating World Social Work Day, World Social Work Week, and World Social Work Month 2023 celebrations. Also commemorating Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, nation celebrating 75 years of independence, and also India's G20 presidency, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 2015 to 2030 as part of awareness and campaigns, international webinar series on holistic health, well-being and sustainable development 2022-2023 in collaboration with Sri Holistic Health Foundation India and Sri Research Institute and Center for Art, Sciences and Wellbeing. And this conference is also organized in collaboration with Pureth Foundation, EQ for Peace Worldwide, USA, Raj Bahadur Venkatraman Reddy Women's College, Hyderabad, India, International Federation of Social Workers, IFSW, Nigeria Association of Social Workers, NAOSW, Global Forum for Sustainable Rural Development, GFSRD, and all the social work fraternity across the world. We together invite you to this World Social Work Day celebrations. So before we start our proceedings today, let's take the blessings of Almighty.
कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
With the blessings of Almighty, we shall continue with today's proceedings. Our chief guest for the day is yet to connect due to technical issues. So we will move on to further sessions to save time because we have other speakers waiting scheduled for the day. So we will take up with the session from Professor Donald R. O'Donnell. He is clinical professor, psychologist from Arizona State University, USA. He is psychologist and founding director of the Doctor of Behavioral Health Programs in the Arizona State University. And he is senior global future scientist, Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory, and has been providing lectures, consultations, and training on integrated care in China, Southeast Asia for over 10 years, and now in Bangladesh and India, collaborating with colleagues in Vietnam, China, and India to develop a curriculum to develop a new workforce of social workers for integrated care. So today, our professor will be talking on habits, happiness, and health. We welcome you, Professor Ronald, for this international conference and also to the World Social Work Month celebrations. Professor, you can now unmute yourself, start your video, and you can start your presentations.
Good evening, my colleagues. I share the blessings and God blessing to all of you. I wish you a wonderful Friday evening and a wonderful weekend. And I'm very happy to share in the celebration of World Social Work Day. Social workers are such an important part of our global effort to improve the health and well-being of people in our countries. So I'm very happy to be here. My topic today is happiness, health, and habits. Let me get my shared screen ready here. So my title, Happiness, Health, and Habits, a Roadmap to Avert Disaster. I don't want to sound alarmist, but we're living in a time that for many of us, maybe all of us, is the most challenging time of our lifetimes. We're facing unprecedented stress. COVID-19, even though it's receding, is still a concern, and the impact on supply chains and jobs continues to reverberate. We have the war in Russia and Ukraine causing problems globally in many ways. Besides human suffering, again, supply chain problems, economic problems. We have global warming causing difficulties, certainly in India and Bangladesh. Major problems with the population suffering from adverse weather and losing their homes and suffering, losing jobs. We have social media, which we hope to be able to connect us and become a positive force. It often becomes a negative force, spreading anger and indignation. So there are many forces that are hitting us and causing us to feel unhappy and stressed out. I always share my contact information. If you'd like to talk to me and contact me anytime, please use my email, my phone, my WhatsApp account. Happy to share my slides and any other conversation if you want to talk to me about collaboration. That's a photo of me doing cycling in Thailand. I hope one day to do cycling in India and Bangladesh. So we're unhappy. We're unhappy globally. The Gallup poll published a book called Blind Spot, and they found their global surveying of the populations across the world, unhappiness has been increasing globally for the past 10 years. They call it a blind spot because many leaders of countries think, well, we're doing well. Our economy is getting better every year. Our gross domestic product is improving, but it doesn't mean people are happy just because the economy is doing well. And the message of that book is that leaders of countries should look at happiness as well as financial measures to measure how well the country is doing. We know that global trends in emotional distress, worry, sadness, stress, anger are increasing during the COVID time. There has been some recovery, meaning some of the increases we saw during COVID are now recovering to pre-pandemic level. But I think we should still not think we're out of the danger zone. I think worry, anger are going to be with us for some time. We know that social media use can cause unhappiness. We know poor sleep, lower life satisfaction, poor self-esteem are all consequences of overuse of social media. Many people feel they're missing out if they aren't on social media all the time. At the same time, you might find after being on social media for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, an hour, it's called the ick factor. You realize, I just wasted an hour of my life looking at funny animal videos, right? It's a way to take away from what's important in life. So we know social media can be a very negative factor for many people. And of course, COVID-19 made everything worse. We found emotions of sadness, fear early in the pandemic, and that transitioned to feelings of anger and disgust as the pandemic wore on. Worry and anger are most prevalent, and they have declined a bit to pre-pandemic levels, both in the United States and a study in China. But again, I think we should be aware that global unhappiness is rising, has been rising. It spiked further during COVID-19, but the fact that it came down a bit reflects it's still a problem for all of our countries. Unhappiness leads to unhealthiness. It's not surprising if we go through the stress of lockdown and we suddenly have to change our lifestyle. Many people resorted to managing the stress by eating unhealthy foods to find ways to deal with stress. They stopped exercising, being physically active as they were in lockdown. And these things all increase obesity and cardiometabolic risk. We know mental health and obesity both increased during COVID, and many reports showed adults and children eating more unhealthy junk food and decreasing physical activity. And the recommendation are to use things like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, self-compassion or mindfulness, and then focus on increased physical activity and healthier eating to combat these trends from the lockdown. And again, unhealthy health behaviors were here and increasing long before COVID. COVID just made everything worse. They amplified how bad things are. The book I mentioned on the Gallup poll, written by the CEO, John Clifton, he identified 5 areas to make a great life: work, social, financial, physical, and community. And let's look at these different aspects. Work. How do people feel about their jobs? There are about 7.7 billion people living on our planet. About 5.4 billion are adults. 3.3 billion want a good job. 1.5 billion report they have a good job. So that means only 300 million people have a great job, and 3 billion people don't have a great job. So we think, oh, the economy is increasing, employment is up, unemployment is down. If you're working as a street vendor, just barely surviving day by day, if you're working and you're poor and just trying to make enough money through odd jobs, your job is not great. Even though you're employed, you're not happy. So unhappiness about work is something that many of us are experiencing, and certainly maybe people in our community are experiencing. How about the money that you earn? How do you feel about the money? 90% of all the people report they're comfortable based on their income. 41% we're getting by. 23% found it difficult. 16% found it very difficult to get by and have a good life based on their income. So that means over 2 billion people are struggling financially. Broken communities. The Gallup poll asked people globally, would you recommend the city or area where you live right now to a friend or associate as a place to live? 35% say, no, don't live where I live. It's not a good place. So we have broken communities that are often based upon fear, lack of safety, lack of infrastructure. We know what good and great communities are. They have people who trust each other, want to help each other, who contribute to doing volunteer work, donating to charity. So our communities are broken. In terms of health, we're facing two problems: malnutrition, food insecurity, a lack of food, and hunger and malnutrition, but also on the other side of the coin, an increase in obesity globally. Global rise in hunger tied to climate change, increased conflicts and wars, slowing economic growth, a glowing rise in obesity, largely caused by eating unhealthy food and too little physical activity, and an increase in pain. We're seeing people reporting more pain globally. 30% of people report they're living with pain currently, up from 23% 15 years ago. If those who rate their life as not going well, 45%, nearly half, report daily pain. So pain is increasing also. Why is that? What's causing us to feel mentally and now physically unhappy and painful? And last of all, we know that loneliness is increasing, especially during the lockdown. People had more difficulty seeing their friends and colleagues, and those who are in school couldn't see their classmates. So we're having difficulty connecting to people. If you're on social media sharing posts, it's not the same as having a true friend you can talk to about your most intimate concerns and problems. So again, social media drives unhappiness. It increases anger. Anger in turn makes you more likely to believe misinformation and lies. And one study found indignation is increasing. People are indignant, meaning, why do I have to wear a mask? Why do I have to do a lockdown? Why is my government not handling the COVID-19 better? It's a moral anger. You're so angry that things aren't happening in the world the way you think should be happening in a moral world. And you're just distressed at the fact that even occurs. You can't believe these problems are existing. That's a moral anger that's driving us. So what to do? I found this study helpful. This is a study based in China, and they studied emotional burnout, a form of stress, right? And their findings were that self-regulation, the ability to manage our emotions and our stress, intrapersonal means things within ourselves, in our mind, in our heart. What can we do using things like mindfulness, cognitive reappraisal, kindness, compassion? What can we do individually to help address stress? Then there's interpersonal self-regulation. What can we do to connect with our family, our loved ones, our colleagues, our friends, to have more social support, to use social support to connect and have meaningful interactions, not just to tweet and repost things. These are positive and protective. If you have intrapersonal self-regulation, like doing mindfulness, if you have good colleagues and friends, those protect you from stress. On the other side of the coin, hyper-personal regulation means you're extremely engaged in things that are involving conflict. Maybe you're retweeting things you're upset about. Maybe you're posting on your Facebook and sharing posts that make you angry. Not surprisingly, these kind of things exacerbate, they make worse our stress. They cause digital emotional contagion. You spread among your colleagues and friends and people on social media negativity, anger, indignation. And as we know, being chronically angry is not healthy. So we need to have some ways to use social media in a more positive way to communicate not just about negative things we're angry about, but communicate in a positive, connecting way that we can share good things about our humanity. So I put together a roadmap to avert this disaster. The disaster being, if we don't do something different, we can expect to see all these problems continue to increase. Polarization, anger, unhappiness, depression, unhealthiness, obesity. We need to find some way to address all these problems. Now, of course, no one of us can change the world. No one of us can stop the Russia-Ukraine war. No one of us can stop global warming. So some things are out of our control. And my focus is, what can we do in ourselves, intrapersonally, individually, to better manage our stress, or interpersonally with our friends, our loved ones, our families? How can we use social media more effectively, more thoughtfully? So if you ever tried to change your habit, if you ever tried to lose weight, exercise more, eat healthier, stop eating junk food, it's very difficult. And we have many theories to guide us. We can use cognitive behavioral therapy. We can use the translational model of the stages of change. We can use other approaches that have been tested, motivational interviewing. But the challenge is those are pretty complex. They require a lot of training to use individually. If you try and use them with your patients, they are often difficult to use and train. Motivational interviewing, cognitive behavioral therapy require filling out forms, self-monitoring your thoughts, your emotions. They certainly work, they're evidence-based, but they're not easy for the average person to use. So I'm interested in using habit science. Emerging popular books have been published with much more simple and still effective approaches to change your habits, to add new healthy habits, and to reverse or decrease your bad habits. And the common thread these have is, number one, focusing on very small changes to start. Tiny habits, atomic habits, these are common books. Using things called habit stacking, taking your current habits, adding a new habit as a reminder to that. So these approaches, I think, are much easier to use because they don't say walk 10,000 steps. They say walk for 2 minutes. They have a 2-minute rule. Do something for 2 minutes. That's a good start. And we're learning from habit science how to be effective at adding small changes that over time become a permanent part of your life. That's the key for habit science. What is a habit? It's an acquired mode of behavior that's become nearly involuntary. You don't think about it. So examples, we do things every day without thinking about them. We wake up, we might have coffee or tea, we might have breakfast, we may shower, bath, or wash our face, we get dressed. We do all these things every morning. We don't think about them. We don't think, I must make my coffee, I must brew my tea. We just go and do it mindlessly, automatically, unconsciously. That's a habit. We all have habits, some good, some positive, some neutral. A habit is formed by this cycle. We have some cue, something in our environment that creates a craving. Maybe you walk by a wonderful street food vendor and smell the cooking meat or the cooking vegetables and think, I want some of that. Maybe you walk by a store and see in the window display of cigarettes, you want to try a cigarette. And you have a craving that sets off a desire, and you do something, you respond with a behavior routine. You enjoy a big bite of the unhealthy food. You enjoy a puff of your cigarette. And those things are rewarding. They make us feel better. Having unhealthy food that tastes good feels good for the moment. Having a puff of cigarette and nicotine makes us feel more alert, more relaxed. So even bad habits have rewards to them. And so to form a new habit, we have to find some way to create the same sequence, create a cue or a craving, have a response we use that must be rewarding. It must make us feel good. So the science of habit change that's emerging is to add a new habit to your life. Pick a small routine. They have a 2-minute rule. Try doing something for 2 minutes every day, maybe 5 minutes. I'll add one healthy fruit or vegetable to my diet. I'll do meditation for 2 minutes. I'll walk up and down the stairs of my home for 2 minutes. Set something small. Set a reminder and try and do it every day at the same time. You can tie it to an existing habit. After I finish breakfast, I'm going to practice mindfulness meditation for 5 minutes. And be persistent. The way to form a new habit is to repeat the same routine, the same time every day. And a short time is sufficient. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, that's enough. After days and weeks and months of reminding yourself and practicing this new habit, it will become unconscious, involuntary, something you do without thinking about it. I practice mindfulness meditation personally. I use habit stacking. Every day I finish my breakfast and I spend 10, 12 minutes doing mindfulness meditation. I rarely miss, I don't think about it, I just do it now because it's become a habit in my life. So the key for habits, adding new habits, is to start small, do it every day, and be persistent over time until it becomes part of your lifestyle. A cue or craving in the habit cycle can be something in your environment. It can be something internally, an emotion. I feel upset. I feel sad. It can feel a time of day. I get off work. I want to relax and have a glass of beer or wine now. It can be a person, a conflict with your boss, with the coworker, with a friend, with your partner or spouse. All these things can cause stress and create a craving to do something to make you feel better. So we have all constant cues and cravings throughout our day. The routine is what we do, our behavior in response to that cue or craving. Do we, after a fight with a coworker, do we look out to watch TV, have a snack, drink alcohol? And we find that these routines make us feel better, at least in the short term. Now, a cigarette makes you feel better in the short term, but over the long term, as you develop chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, as you're at risk for more cancer, the negative things pile up. But in the short term, it's very rewarding. We have to find out how to change our identity, not try and set goals. Who am I? I'm going to be an exerciser. I'm going to be a healthier person. I'm going to be a meditator. If you start in the person you want to become, every small step, 2 minutes a day, you're becoming that person. You're being that person that's successful. If you set your goal, I'm going to eat healthy food every meal 3 times a day. I'm going to walk 10,000 steps a day. Those are difficult goals, and we can't achieve them. They're too complicated. They're too high of a goal. So we have to set goals that are small, achievable. And every time we take one step towards achieving that goal, we reinforce and reward ourselves saying, yes, I am a walker. I walked 2 minutes today. Yes, I'm a meditator. I meditated for 2 minutes today. These are some of the rules of creating new habits from the author James Clear in his book, Atomic Habits. Make it obvious. If you want to exercise, put your exercise clothes out the day before on your kitchen table so you see them when you walk and get home from work. Make it attractive. Make it something that you want to do. Put some healthy, fresh food on your table every day so you see it. Make it easy to get. Make it satisfying. Pick out things you like to do. You might find after a short walk, you feel better. After spending time in your garden, you feel better. After having a wonderful fresh fruit or vegetable, you might like the taste and learn to enjoy that and appreciate the good feeling. So a habit intention, you want to create a new habit, you say, I will do whatever it is, yoga, for 5 minutes every day after breakfast. Temptation bundling is after you do what you want to do for your new habit, I meditate, you can take a break and do something you enjoy doing. I'll surf social media and look at funny videos for 5 minutes after I meditate. You give yourself a reward. You tie your new habit to something you like to do that's fun to reward yourself. Set a reminder in your calendar or on your watch or your smartphone. For your environment, put your yoga mat out in your living room floor or the kitchen floor as a reminder to do your yoga. So you can use your environment, design your environment to help be successful. Now, replacing an existing bad habit is much more difficult than adding a new habit. Adding a new habit is hard enough. Trying to stop a bad habit is very difficult. But the way is to analyze and know what your habit loop is. What's the cue for your bad habit? Is it where you are at the time of day? Is your emotional state? Are you depressed, anxious, worried? Somebody else in your environment? What's your response to that cue? What do? I reach out for a nice sugary drink. I like to have something very sweet and salty. I like to have something that's very high fat. It makes me feel good. What's your response? And what's the reward? I have a wonderful sweet. It tastes fantastic. I feel good for a few minutes. So analyze and recognize what your habit loop is for the bad habit is first step. Next, you got to find a new routine. You can't replace the craving or the cue. It's going to be there. If you have a cue from your environment about eating something unhealthy, if you have a cue from your emotions about feeling sad or upset, you can't eliminate that cue. It's still going to be there. You got to find some new routine to use when you experience that cue or craving. When I feel angry, rather than using some food or drink or cigarette, I'm going to try to do mindfulness meditation for 5 minutes. I'm going to try and take a walk for 5 minutes. So try when you had that cue, add the new routine. And you have to do an evaluation. Did it work? Was it rewarding? Did that new routine satisfy and resolve the craving? So you test the new routine. After you try the new routine, is the cue or craving still present? If the answer is no, you found a good replacement. If the answer is the cue is still there, it means you must search for something else to be more effective. Give it the 15-minute test. Wait 15 minutes and then see is the cue or craving present. Did it return? If it didn't, it means your routine is effective. You found a new routine to help you. If it comes back, you got to test again and try and find a new routine to replace that cue. So these are all things you can do to replace a bad habit. And of course, I'm being very short in my talk for time today, but these are examples. If you argue with your spouse and your reaction is to have alcohol and feel better, try to replace that behavior with something different. In this case, after an argument where you feel upset, try and do meditation, try and do something positive with your spouse, and see if that's rewarding and that works for you. The keys for success in habit change are to repetition. Do the same new routine every day, the same time, the same way, keep it short. Consistency, try not to miss more than one day. We all, if something comes up, we miss a day, try not to miss more than one day out of the week in your new habit. Design your environment, build in reminders and cues, use post-it notes, use other kind of things to remind you, use your friends to remind you. And persistence, for challenging habits, it takes more than 200 days, we find from research, to become effective to make a habit truly unconscious and part of your daily routine. My next part of my talk today is mindfulness meditation. And my talk here is tied to habits. Get in the habit of practicing mindfulness. Again, the reasons we're stressed from earlier in my talk: job pressure, money, health, relationships, poor nutrition, social media, overload, poor sleep. These are all things we've been experiencing before COVID. Now with COVID, they've been even worse. These are all increased stressors we're having in our life. And as these stressors come up, we find ourselves resorting to unhealthy coping skills, avoidance, doing too much, lack of physical activity, watching TV, watching social media, eating too much. We have poor diet, other kind of things that are unhealthy to respond to these cues and cravings: smoking, unhealthy sex, comfort foods, trying to keep too busy to avoid thinking about things that are bothering us. These are all unhelpful coping styles, and they all lead to lifestyle problems and chronic disease, obesity, heart disease, mental health problems like depression, anxiety, even suicide, substance abuse, and attention problems. So stress causes a multitude of problems. We must find some way to address that. And I find mindfulness meditation is a very effective way and an easy way to address stress in life. So of course, meditation is very common. The meditation, Buddhism has the birthplace in India, so it's common in your society. Mindfulness for stress is a particular approach developed by a psychologist named Jon Kabat-Zinn. He took Buddhism and made a 10-session approach to use mindfulness as a way to help address stress, unhelpful emotions. So mindfulness for stress is a specific approach. Now I'm talking about that, not about meditation in general. What is mindfulness? It's awareness by paying attention in a sustained and particular way with purpose in the present moment and non-judgmentally. So it means focusing on something neutral, most commonly your breath. Focus on your breath only. And other thoughts come to your mind, make note of them, because we're always thinking, but go back to your breath. That helps you to focus on what the present moment is. What is happening in the present moment? You pay attention and you will have thoughts pop into your head. You might have thoughts about what happened yesterday, you're worried about what's going to happen tomorrow. But rather than reacting to them emotionally with the stress, we try and be non-judgmental and just make note of the thought and focus on staying in the present moment. This is the skill that helps us to learn to be in the moment and not be reacting mindlessly to things all around us every day. So mindlessness, not being mindful, means not paying attention. The person on the right in this cartoon, they're observing what's around them, the beautiful sun, the trees. The person on the left, their mind is full of things they're thinking about. What happened yesterday? What happened last month? Argument they had, a fight they had. What's happening tomorrow? What's due tomorrow from work? What they have to do for their family responsibilities the next day. So if we're not being mindful, we're not paying attention to how our mood shapes our experience, our desire, how tension in our body can be present without realizing it. We miss positive and pleasurable things happening all around us every day. We don't pay attention to beautiful things in nature and people around us. We miss information that's critical for making good decisions. And we often hang on to unpleasant experiences in our mind long after they passed. How many of you think about things that happened yesterday, a week ago, that still bother you? You can't let them go in your mind. That's being mindless. You're letting things in your mind that come to you, interrupt you, take control of your attention and focus. So the foundational attitudes of mindfulness are curiosity, kindness, gratitude, acceptance, and non-judging. You still have thoughts and feelings that are negative, but you try to observe them without reacting to them emotionally. Patience, humor, trust. A beginner's mind is learning. You cannot make mistakes. Any effort is the right effort in the right direction. But mindfulness helps us to increase our self-awareness, to improve relationships, to improve our social awareness. I'll give you an example. I've been practicing mindfulness daily for about 6 years, maybe 10 years total. And I find it's changed how I react to my environment. Before I started practicing mindfulness, I might be in a long queue, a long line at a store. I'd be very anxious. I want to hurry up. I'd be upset. Why are people taking so long in front of me? I'd be stuck in traffic, waiting for a long time in busy traffic. I'd be impatient. I'd feel tension in my stomach. I would feel all tensed up and nervous. Now, after doing mindfulness, I can wait in the line. I don't worry about it. I don't feel uncomfortable. I can be in busy traffic. My breathing is normal. I'm thinking about other things while I'm stuck in traffic. I'm using awareness. So I found over time from doing mindfulness, just 10 minutes a day, every day, has helped me to become better at coping with stress every day in my environment. How does mindfulness reduce stress? We're more aware of our thoughts. We don't react to our thoughts and emotions immediately. We're in the being mode rather than doing. We're aware of our thoughts and our emotions and what we're doing, and we can be more intentional in how we respond to things around us. We're more aware of our body. Are we tense? Are we nervous? Are we unhappy? We're more aware of that in real time. We can see emotions in ourselves and others. We can give and send compassion and kindness to others. It feels great to think about someone you care about, your partner, your wife, your parent, your child, and in your own mind to send them thoughts of love, good health, peace, tranquility, compassion. That's a good feeling. It connects you to that person. Even if they aren't with you, you can think about them and find a very positive feeling. So mindfulness helps you be more aware of yourself and more aware of people you're close to and connecting to them in a positive way. You can also direct self-compassion and loving kindness toward yourself. We often get in the trap of feeling, oh, I did something bad. I'm not good enough here. And in fact, we have many strengths, many positive qualities. Being self-compassionate, being loving and kindness to ourselves makes us realize the many things we have within ourselves that are positive and can balance those negative self-perceptions. These are common mindfulness techniques, simply focusing on breathing, doing a body scan, looking at your body from your feet to the top of your head, trying to be aware of all your sensations, paying attention to your senses. What do you hear? What do you feel? What do you smell and taste in your environment? Building compassion and kindness for yourself and others. Doing mindful eating, rather than eating and rushing through your meal, paying attention to every single bite, appreciating it. You can do mindfulness when you're walking, in a garden, in the street. You can use yoga as a part of mindfulness. So these are all common techniques you can use in mindfulness. If you're a clinician, a social worker, I recommend this book, A Clinician's Guide to Teaching Mindfulness. It has a step-by-step how to develop your own mindfulness practice and how to do your own mindfulness group with patients. Typically 8 sessions to 10 sessions are required. This is the sample. It's usually a group, 90 minutes per week, once a day per week for 10 weeks. So that's the example of how to do a mindfulness group. So in summary, I don't mean to say that happiness, health, and habits will solve all the world problems. That's not the case, right? But these are things we can do. We can do habit change to make ourselves healthier, feel better. We can use mindfulness as a new habit to help us better deal with stress, negative emotions in our life. And if we do these things, we can find ourselves eating healthier, avoiding unhealthy foods, avoiding things that are unhealthy for coping with stress like alcohol, tobacco. We can find ourselves then avoiding obesity, avoiding facing diabetes, hypertension, which will make our lives in the future miserable. We can help us to cope with the constant stream of negativity all around us. When you see anger, indignation on your social media post, you cannot respond immediately with your own anger, but you're more thoughtful. You can respond in a more thoughtful way, to choose to ignore it, to choose to try and respond with a more balanced response. And last of all, these tools are available to us. They don't cost anything. You can use your breath for mindfulness. We always have our breath. You can use simple online tools like a mindfulness app to practice mindfulness. We can have certainly social workers trained to deliver mindfulness interventions and help with habit change. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I do have references. I will share my slides with the organizers of the conference to give to you. I want to thank you, and I'll stop now and take time for any questions that you may have. So thank you all for your time and attention. I really enjoyed sharing this. I should mention, Dr. Ravindi mentioned my work. I'm very actively involved developing training programs for social workers and others in many countries now, in Vietnam, in China, in India, and Bangladesh. So if you want to talk to me about trying to put similar training programs in place for your organization, happy to share my resources and ideas with you. These are things that we can do to really make our lives better as social workers, but also help our patients, our clients, to have healthier lives and be less impacted by the anger, stress, depression, and unhealthy behaviors all around us. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions. I see Christiana has her hand raised. Please complete the poll there. Thank you for the poll.
Thank you, Professor Anand. As usual, it was very informative and insightful session. It's very much required. Nowadays, a lot of intolerance and a lot of stress and anxiety have become part of life, and we need to really manage, especially for mental health professionals and first-line workers. It's very important, and you have really made a wonderful contribution. Yeah, Christina, can go ahead with your query. In the meanwhile, we request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form for session 1. It will be closed in 5 minutes. It is mandatory. Yeah, Christina, you can unmute yourself. Okay, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Professor.
Hi, Mary.
I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to speak on this platform. Sir, you did a wonderful job, and your topic is really very different and very mind-blowing, and I learned a lot from your sessions. More than asking questions, I learned a lot. I jotted down a lot of points. It was a lot of takeaways from me. You've done immense in the presentation. Your PPT is excellent, sir. Congratulations and God bless you. Hope to see you in more sessions, sir. Take care, sir.
Thank you both. If you have a question, don't want to talk, you can certainly put a question in the chat box too. I'll watch that. But otherwise, I thank you all for your time and attention. I'm happy to share more ideas. I covered these topics in a short time, so I hope they were clear, the importance of habit science, habit change, and mindfulness to address the very challenging world we're living in now. It's a very difficult time for us as professionals and for the patients we provide services for. So I hope that these are helpful ideas, and I encourage you to explore on your own more information about mindfulness and about habit science. I should also mention for this audience, I also encourage you to recommend Ayurvedic medicine to your patients. Ayurvedic medicine is also very helpful to addressing these kind of stresses. And for those who practice that, I encourage you to continue. And they often include things about how to address habits and how to be mindful in Ayurveda medicine. So for India, very, very important extra point. But thank you all for your time and attention. Look forward to speaking with you all again in the future. I'm very grateful for the opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Ravindra and Mary, for the opportunity to talk today.
Thank you, Professor. Christina, do you have any query? You can unmute yourself. Okay, then we'll move on. Thank you, Professor, for joining us on this wonderful occasion, and we wish you a happy World Social Work Month, and congratulations, and we look forward for more sessions in future.
Thank you very much. Same to you. Bye-bye, my friends.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form, which is raised in the form of polls. Two minutes left to close the feedback form for session 1. We request everyone to quickly fill up the feedback form. We request all the presenters, invited guests for the day to kindly restrict to 25 minutes so that we have 1 or 2 minutes for queries and feedback. Let's all stick to time so that we can take up all the sessions. So next we have with us Dr. Y. Karnakar Reddy Garu. He is former head and former director, scientist, India Meteorological Department, IMD Hyderabad, and also former head DWR Machilipatnam and former head ISSD and former deputy director general administration at headquarters in New Delhi. He also served Indian Air Forces. We welcome you, sir, for your session on weather, climate change, disaster management and mitigation. You had 25 minutes for your session. We welcome you to this international conference and World Social Work Day celebrations. You can unmute yourself, sir. You can start your video. Yeah, good evening. Welcome, Karnakar Reddy Garu.
Good evening, Dr. Ravindra, and all the participants in this today's World Social Work Day seminar. Thank you, organizers, for giving me the opportunity. Just let me start my presentation.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form, which has been raised in the form of polls. Feedback form will be available only for 5 minutes. It's already 7.5 minutes past. Sir, are you facing any issues, sir?
Yeah, actually, I deleted some slides by mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe you can continue, sir, because this day we have a lot of speakers. So,
Yeah. And,
Or can we invite next speaker, sir, so that you can take some time and join back?
Yeah.
After half an hour?
Okay, that's fine. So by mistake, I pressed something and all slides got displaced.
Okay,
so okay, you can invite if he's ready. Otherwise, maybe I think I have restored the files.
Okay, sir. If you are ready, we'll go ahead. Otherwise, we'll invite next speakers. No problem. We'll check with Anish sir also.
Okay, sir, I am ready.
Okay, sir.
Right. So I'll share my screen. Yeah, are you able to see my screen, sir?
Yes, sir. Please come.
Okay, right. Yeah. So I would like to say that some of the slides may be repetition for those who have attended my previous talks. Kindly just ignore that and relax at that time. And I have added some more information. And considering that it is an international seminar and we have different audience in this meeting, so I have included many. Yeah. So my summary would be just to bring you awareness about the atmosphere and weather and the various meteorological and disasters that are botheration for humanity, and the precautions or preparedness what we should take care and learn before the incident happens, so that we are well prepared and can handle the situation. And being social workers, I thought these slides will be useful to create awareness among your other communities. I can say the remote villages and the rural people who can learn from this and take precautions. You are hearing a lot of disasters happening, like even deaths also, then injuries due to various weather phenomena. All those things I'm covering here. So make note and I will send a mail of this previous PPT. I didn't send mail. Now definitely this is the final one. I will send it now. You can use it for talking to your groups at various levels. Okay. So let me note, my time is 6:46 now. So I will go through it quickly. Wherever you have some doubts, you can ask me then and there also, or you can wait till the end of the session and take 2 minutes and ask some questions. Okay. So for those who are not familiar with the atmosphere, this is the slide which shows that we are on the Earth. As you know, the Earth is a planet and it is surrounded by gases all around. The lowest level where you are living in, where you find the air, is the troposphere. Above that is stratosphere and above that is mesosphere. These are just the names. All the weather where the clouds, rain, temperature and all happens, that is in the troposphere. The second image in the right image in this slide shows the temperature, how it varies. As we go upward, the temperature falls up to about 18 kilometers. That is pause. After that, the temperature is steady for some 2-3 kilometers, and then it increases. Okay, about nearly 40 degrees or so. Then again, it falls again in the mesosphere, and then after this mesosphere, in the thermosphere, the temperature increases continuously until we go to the sun. So as you know, weather is the present status of the atmosphere. It means the status of how much is the temperature, how much is the rainfall occurred, what is the cloud cover, how much is the pressure, all those things. And it is always dynamic, as you know, right from when you get up in the morning till evening or through the night, everything changes. The temperature in the morning is less and it increases due to sun rays, and then it reaches to the peak around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, and then it slightly reduces by evening, and then like that throughout the night it will be reducing. And coming to rainfall also, sometimes there is rain, sometimes there is no rain. All those things, everything is dynamic actually by place to place also. What is here now is different to what is there in Bangalore or America. Everywhere it is different. So And the climate, when you talk, is the summary of or average of a particular weather information over a period of 30 years. Minimal, and people take even 100 years climatology also, especially for climate change and all, they take more than 50 years. So, but in a normal, when you say the temperature is above normal today, below normal today, it means the normal is the 30 years average value. Okay, and then there are the weather information parameters like atmospheric pressure, temperature, humidity, rainfall, evaporation, wind speed and direction, radiation, then cloud, different type clouds, different heights, different amounts, then air pollution and things like that. So to know this present status of atmosphere, we have to measure all this information. So to measure it, we use different kinds of instruments like thermometers, barometer, wind vane, anemometer. I will not be going all through this because it will take a lot of time. And at the ground level, this information can be measured. That is called ground level observation. And in the upper air, means from the ground level to tropospheric height, that is up to 18 kilometers. But it can be more than that also. You can send whether some instruments attached to balloons called hydrogen-filled balloons. They have sensors and they measure the temperature, pressure, humidity, wind speed and direction at different levels of atmosphere. For that, we use radio sound, another thing called pilot balloon. By this method only, you will find out the wind speed and direction, but not the temperature, pressure, and other things. Then drop sound, it is also like radio sound, which is dropped from an aircraft from a high level. Then rocket sound is something which is fired from the ground, like a rocket. Along with rocket instrument is fired, it goes up, and after reaching certain height, it is released, and while it falling down with a parachute, it measures. These are the different kinds of equipment, and we have remote sensing equipment like weather radars installed in a city normally at the top of a building. They send electromagnetic signals all around and scan the atmosphere and tell you where are the clouds and what are the information of the clouds, like what is the height of the cloud, what is the density of the cloud, how much rainfall it is likely to give, all this information. Wind profiler, also similar equipment which looks vertically upwards and measures winds at different levels of atmosphere with some limitations, not like that radio sound up to 35 kilometers it can measure. Then there are some sensors over in this satellite. The satellites are two kinds, geostationary and polar orbiting. There are imagers, there are sounders, different type of sophisticated sensors in that. They also keep observing or measuring the atmospheric conditions time to time. So overall, if you see this image would give you how various instruments are used to probe or measure the atmospheric conditions. Okay. Once you have measured the weather, present weather conditions by measuring the temperature, wind speed, all those things, the process of weather forecasting involves the measurement of things, that is the observations. Once you observe, then you have to analyze. So how do you analyze? You whatever measured, you have measurement you have done, you put the data on a weather map. Weather map is just like an India map or even world map also are used. So every station name is there. You Bangalore at the place of Bangalore, you measure, you write there what is the temperature of Bangalore, what is the pressure of Bangalore. Like that, every city, the data is written on the maps and some analysis is done. So with the analysis, you will come to know where are the low pressure systems, where are the high pressure systems, where are the high temperature areas, where are the cyclones, where are the thunderstorm possibilities and things like that. And the same data of temperature, pressure of various stations are given to computer models, and the computer models also process similarly using a pre-planned, pre-programmed softwares. They are called models actually, and they also do analysis and give out the you can say summaries, like manually what you have found out, where is the low pressure, high pressure area and all. Computer models also do such type of analysis and give you the summaries. And then based on the summaries, inferences made, you give a forecast in terms of easily understandable terms to the public. And the forecast also includes certain warnings, certain alerts as per the situation. So if you see the observatory network, it is like this in Telangana, AP.
Slides are not moving, sir.
Not moving?
No, sir.
Here I'm able to move. Maybe internet issue.
Okay,
Now,
sir, please continue.
is it moving?
No, sir, we are still on this title slide on weather and climate.
Oh, sorry. What I have to do then?
Maybe you can stop sharing and share again, or maybe 2 copies are open on the system.
Is it now? Are you seeing some side?
No, sir.
Okay. It is showing host only. Am I given permission to share the screen, sir?
Yes, sir. That's how you could share it earlier. Even now also permission is there.
Are you seeing the screen?
Yes, sir. The process of weather forecast.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Yes, please continue.
You're still seeing the, sir?
Yeah, the process of weather forecasting slides.
Okay. So this is the observatory network, the locations of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana state observatories. And to the right of it, you see some automatic rain gauge station, which is installed on ground, which measures the rainfall. And the right side, in the same image, the top right one, automatic weather station. It's having a very long pole over which weather sensors are installed, and they are powered by a battery and solar panel. And they every hour they measure the data and transmit it to a central station. And the bottom is the manual observatory, where you can see some wooden box and a green color rain gauge. Within the wooden box, you have thermometers for measuring current temperature, maximum temperature, minimum temperature, things like that. So this is the pilot balloon observation, the white balloon, red balloon, what you see. They carry the sensors and they are released into air. And while they go up, they transmit the data. And the left bottom side is that green and orange color image is the radar image, which shows the thunderstorm clouds or very severe clouds in a radar. And also the bottom left, right, you have a satellite image, which shows this present situation. Okay, then in the analysis, I said you already talked to you about how the weather data is plotted on a weather map, and this is the map. It looks like this. So on a map, when you put the data and make some curves like equal pressure lines and equal temperature lines, all those things, you get an inference called where is the trough, where is the high pressure area, where is the low pressure area, like that. Using the upper air data, means using the balloon, whatever information we got, we also plotted different levels, 1 kilometer level, 2 kilometer slide. Then you will come to know where are the some cyclones in the cyclonic circulations in the upper air. All this information, these are the inputs to the meteorologist to understand the current situation. And then we give a forecast. Forecast is basically an estimation of the likely future weather in terms of rainfall, heat wave, and different spatial and temporal scales. So we also give the forecast like nowcast, which is valid for 3 hours only, and then short range up to 2 hours, and then medium range 3 to 10 days. For different applications, these different forecasts are used. Okay, and then warnings are given, which measure which indicate the hazardous weather events, especially. And forecasts are specifically given for agriculture sector, aviation sector, like flights flying and all, ships movement and all. Separately, they are customized and given. Okay, and once the forecasts are given, we are also interested to know how accurate were they. So today I give forecast for tomorrow, and tomorrow by day after tomorrow I will come to know what is the weather tomorrow. So then I can compare with my forecast given today with the actual weather realized of tomorrow and on day after tomorrow, and then compare it, and we do verifications of various forecasts and try to correct the mistakes and accuracy of the forecasting system time to time. And when we give disaster weather, these are the disaster weather listing: heat waves, thunderstorms, hailstorms, lightning, tornado, heavy rainfall, floods and inundation, strong winds or squall or gale winds, cold waves, cyclones, earthquakes, tsunamis. And every disastrous event is given a color coding like this: green, yellow, amber, right? Green means there is no warning, everything is okay. Yellow means be aware, something different is there, something likely to become dangerous as the time passes. Then amber is be prepared, now something is very close to you. Then red means take action. Even government agencies, disaster management teams and all have to get into action. And we also have to take action as a public. So based on the likelihood, how likely it is to happen, means what is the confidence level in the forecast, depending on that and the impact that it is going to cause, the color is given. So most possible highly likely event and going to have more severe impact is given the red color. And like that, the little lower intensity with amber color and all the forecasts are given. So I talk about heat wave. Heat wave is means when the temperatures are more than the 5 degrees above normal, we call heat wave. And it is more than 7 degrees above, it is severe heat wave. So these are the awareness do's and don'ts. I think I will not have time to go through all these things. Some do's and don'ts are there, like you don't go to sun, avoid going into hot sun, then take sufficient water, wear light clothes and all the things like that. Okay. In case somebody is affected by sunstroke, then take them to cool place and give them some liquids, ORS, all these things like this. Precautions are there. Go through that. This is a video.
भारत का मौसम विभाग अत्याधुनिक है और गर्मी के मौसम में बढ़ते तापमान की सटीक भविष्यवाणी कर सकता है। यह आवश्यक है कि हम इस चेतावनी को गंभीरता से लें। चेतावनी की जानकारी हमें SMS, रेडियो, टीवी, अखबार इत्यादि से मिल सकती है। चेतावनी की जानकारी को अपने परिवार, मित्रों, पड़ोसी, कर्मचारी, विद्यार्थी और जिनके भी संपर्क में आए उन तक पहुंचाएं। कलर कोड्स को समझिए और गर्मी से बचने की तैयारी कीजिए। येलो अलर्ट यानी गर्म दिन, ऑरेंज अलर्ट यानी ज्यादा गर्मी की चेतावनी, रेड अलर्ट यानी अत्यधिक गर्मी की चेतावनी। सतर्क रहिए, सुरक्षित रहिए।
So this is a video given by the NDMA, National Disaster Management Authority. Like that, there are plenty of videos on the website. You can visit ndma.gov.in website. You will find so many things. This is another
Summer
video.
not only brings holidays, but also devastating heat. To cope with it, drink plenty of water, ORS, and natural drinks, especially if you're sweating a lot. Avoid aerated and caffeinated drinks. Try to stay out of the sun, especially between 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Wear light-colored, comfortable clothes. Avoid synthetic fabrics. While going out, carry drinking water with you. It is extremely important to cover the head with a hat, stole, or umbrella. Avoid intense physical activity. If it is necessary to work during the day, take short breaks in between. These simple precautions can save your life.
One more.
Extreme heat waves are responsible for thousands of deaths in India. Climate change, urbanization, increased use of fossil fuel, and depleting green cover are also responsible and will result in worse heat waves in the future. Heat waves are stealthy and dangerous. Most people are unaware that they can have a serious consequence like death. Heat affects the elderly, the sick, pregnant women, children, outdoor workers, the homeless, and slum dwellers more prominently, but can affect anyone. So prevention is better than cure. If unwell due to heat, go to the health center or doctor immediately.
Yeah, so followed by this heat wave, this is the summer season now coming. Next 2 months is going to be very hot, and until the monsoon starts, you will have heat. Otherwise also heat and waves are something only they happen for a few days, sometimes few weeks, where we will take all these precautions. Then along in this season, it is also possible to have thunderstorms where you will have at short notice some clouds develop and they start giving thunder, lightning, and heavy rain with very short notice, and strong gusty winds, which are very strong, as good as cyclonic winds, and they can damage certain thatched houses or things like that. And This thunderstorm also give lightning at certain favorable conditions. We'll discuss that about it. Okay. And then hailstorms are again a severe case of a thunderstorm. Hailstorms, thunderstorms, they do happen together also. It is the same cloud when it is overgrown, rather if it is more taller and more, you can say convective activity is there, then hail can happen. If not, thunderstorm will happen. Okay. And this is the technical aspect of understanding the cloud, just to go through the presentation later. And such thunderstorms you can see on radar screen like this. So you can say this is the Hyderabad radar image, where the middle part of that green square is the Hyderabad radar location that is in Begumpet. So to the left of that, that is to the west, you can say, there is a severe strong cloud at Patancheru. You can see the height on the top panel, where it is going up to about 11-12 kilometers. So it means the hailstorm is possible in this cloud. The red color shows it is a strong cloud and thunderstorm and hail is possible. If it is blue color, maybe rain will come. Sometimes rain also may not come, but there would be cloud. Yeah, white color, yellow color, light yellow color means they are moderate clouds. Rain may come, but thunderstorm and lightning may not come. Like this, you can identify the location up to 250 kilometers radius. This image is showing only 50 kilometers radius, but we can generate images up to 250 kilometers also. This is a 250 kilometers image where you can see to the north of the radar some series of clouds from left to right, but there are moderate intensity, not very strong. So this is another case like where distributed thunderstorm cells are there with the light yellow and orange color. Sometimes thunderstorm is possible, but it looks like in this picture there are no hailstorm clouds. Like so, these things like thunderstorm or hailstorm happen due to cumulonimbus clouds, which develop some static electricity, and that static electricity is a reason for lightning. Okay, so the lightning happens within a cloud or between two clouds or between cloud to ground. This part of the lightning between cloud to ground is more dangerous for humans, because when lightning happens, heavy current flows from cloud bottom to the ground through the air actually. So air will be normally humid because there will be already cloud in place, and there will be raining activity, wind activity also happening at the same time. So this lightning strike, if it falls on a human being, the current will pass through the body of the human body and we can die. If it passes through a tree, the tree will get burnt. If it passes through animals, they also will face electrocution. So therefore, we have to take precaution against this. So we have some videos also, what to do. So just see these videos.
Thunderstorms and lightning are hazardous for life and property. Check weather forecast ahead of time and stay indoors during a thunderstorm. But just being inside isn't enough. You must take precautions to be safe. Close windows and doors and stay away from them. Stay off balcony, porches, and tents. Plumbing and bathroom fixtures can conduct electricity. During lightning or thunderstorm, avoid contact. Do not wash hands. Take a shower. Wash dishes or clothes. Do not use wired phones. Cordless and mobile phones not connected to wall outlets are okay to use. However, save battery and use SMS. Unplug all electrical appliances and turn off air conditioners before a thunderstorm. Avoid contact with plugged-in electrical equipment or cords during a thunderstorm. In case of emergency, give first aid immediately and call ambulance service or go to hospital. Be smart, be prepared. Issued in public interest by NDMA and IIPHG.
Yeah, so as you have seen, this lightning also kills a lot of people, and only yourself notice is sufficient for it, because lightning doesn't start immediately. It starts with small lights happening in the sky. The thunders you will be hearing, lightning will be seeing, and they will intensify. So you will see the very light lightning happening in the sky. You go to the safer place, means go indoors, don't be in the open area. If there is no open area, and this activity will take only few minutes. So sooner you see some small lightning happening, it will intensify maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes only. Not sometimes maybe 10, 15 minutes as well. So the life of these thunderstorm clouds, lightning cells is only maximum 30 minutes. So all the thing starts and finishes within this time. So you may not have time to, suppose somebody is in the field away from the village, they may not be able to come back. So you be in the open, don't sit under a tree. don't go below a tree. That is the most important precaution one has to take. You can sit down or even lie down on the open floor. Even if you are getting wet, doesn't matter. But if lightning is there, you will be saved from the lightning current. So electrocution can be avoided. In case somebody struck in the lightning and becomes unconscious, you have to give him CPR and you can restore his life, because he will be unconscious because of electric shock like thing only, not anything else. There will not be any current in the body. Like, if you're touching a current wire and if you touch that person, you may get a shock through him. But here, there is nothing. The flash happens a fraction of second only. The lightning flash happens a fraction of second, and there is no live current, continuous current there. So body of a person who has fallen down will not have any electricity. It is safe for the people to handle him, to lift him, rescue him, take him to things like that. So these are the very important things you need to educate. And even animals also have to be kept in safe places. If shepherds or anybody who are in the field when some lightning is happening, do not take these animals also under a tree. Put them in the open only and see that they don't go anywhere below the trees. So these, because the trees and tall trees especially are the first choice for the electricity to pass through. In heavy rainfall, so in all these cases of thunderstorm, hailstorm also, you will have a lot of heavy rain. Apart from that, in monsoon, due to depressions and cyclones also, you will get heavy rain. All these are things. Due to heavy rain also, you will get flash floods in cities and urban areas, and floods due to next day or so due to river flooding and all. So flood is to be avoided, but flood will have little more time to react than the lightning or even thunderstorm clouds and all. Okay, and these all clouds can give a strong wind also. I told you that also has to be taken. So thunderstorm, hailstorm, lightning, gusty winds, rainfall, all these happen sometimes together. Sometimes some of them may not be there. Lightning may not be there, but still other things may be there. And cold wave, which happens in colder places like North India and other American countries, they also happen due to snowstorms and other things in those places. And you have to protect it by keeping yourself warm. The opposite of the heat wave precautions we'll have to take in this case. And tropical cyclones, as you know, are called with different names like hurricanes you already know in Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. They call it like that. Like in Japan, they call it as typhoon. Different countries use different names, same, but the phenomena is same. Meteorologically, the phenomena is same. The winds revolve around and make a structure like this. And these develop in the ocean only, not on the land. They start with a low pressure area, and they increase the intensity to depression, then deep depression, then cyclonic storm, then severe cyclonic, very severe, and super cyclonic storm. Whereas in hurricane, they call it as a category 1, category 2, 3, 4, like that. And all these things have definition with respect to pressure and speed only. So wind speed, we can easily understand more. So the strongest cyclone, what we call a super cyclonic storm, would have wind more than 220 kilometers per hour. Yeah, so as you know, such a strong wind can cause a lot of damage, make the buildings fall, make the trees fall, make the crops damage, things like that. Okay, and as you see from a satellite image, it looks like this. There will be a central depression-like area that is called eye. Around it, there will be strong clouds. It's called eye wall, very, very strong, and like what lightning clouds you have seen pictures. Such clouds would be there, and they will be revolving around, moving at high speed. Within this eye, there will not be any wind. It will be calm area, and there will not be. It will be open, no cloud. Also, you will even get sunrays in that area. So, but the cyclone is always moving, and it will cause disaster wherever it is going. Basically, the cyclone creates three kinds of damages. One is wind damage. Another is heavy rainfall damage due to flooding, heavy rain and flooding. And then a storm surge. Associated with that, storm surge will come in the coastal area. On the north of the cyclone center, you will get a storm, that is seawater coming onto the land due to heavy winds blowing from the sea area to land area. So these are the other things. Then preparedness, I think time will not be there to go through all these things. Before cyclone, you have to get ready for the cyclone with purchasing supplies and protecting your windows, doors, and other things. During cyclone, it is already very heavy activity going on, so it should not go out. and wait for the total calming of the wind, reduction in the wind speed, and then go out only. And after the cyclone also, water may be there for a long time, shelter may be submerged sometimes, and you will have to use proper drinking water, maybe that will be contaminated. You will have to keep bottles before that and use these bottles. And until the tree branches are removed by the appropriate authorities and what do you call the roads are cleared, it should not go out. You wait for the clearance by the government and then go out. Maybe you'll have to take some vaccines and tablets to keep yourself healthy. Then another disastrous event is tsunami. It is when the earthquake happens in the ocean areas, sea areas, it disturbs the sea water and it generates a wave there. That wave travels from that place to coasts, all the coastlines. Wherever nearest coast will be having stronger waves, and far away wells they will be having little lower winds. These waves travel in the sea, and when they hit the coast, they amplify, they raise the height of the these waves, and they can a heavy mass of water will hit the buildings or trees or anything in the coastline, and they will be damaged by that. And people also, if they are there, they will go along with water, and then the water will come back to the ocean. That time they will pull all these things or people to the ocean, and they may get they may die into the water actually. Okay, so these are basically a series of waves that are coming due to earthquake. These are the theory, technical, and I think not required. So precaution is that when there is an earthquake happening, within a few minutes, as a tsunami can come. If you are on the coast, you have to be aware that you should go away from the coastline into the land area. Okay, so sometimes half a kilometer or a few meters from the coastline, the damages happen. So, and once one wave comes, it is not the end. So you should not think that tsunami is over. So you should wait for second, third waves also sometimes. And depending on the second wave, third wave also can be little lesser intensity, but still they are harmful. You have to keep safe from such type of waves. And as far as all these disasters are concerned, they do happen because they are natural. You have nothing to stop them. But only thing is preparedness. That is the key to help yourself. And preparedness can happen if you know about it, what to do, how to prepare. You should be aware of it. So for that, you need to educate the people across the vulnerable areas. So some people are vulnerable, coastal people are vulnerable for cyclones, land area people are vulnerable to heat waves, coastal people are also vulnerable to heat waves. Like that, vulnerable areas have to be identified, and maps have to be made, and government people tell those through their government agencies, they should tell the local people, yes, your village, your place is vulnerable to such natural disasters. You should know in what to do in case of what. Like that education has to be done. So you can get this information on our IMD websites I have mentioned here. Okay, so coming to the climate change, this is really a bigger issue, not a country, not a local. It is the world's issue now. It is everybody's problem. Basically, what is climate change is rise in temperature at a given place or at a given country or a overall globe. Normally, we take larger areas, like the global average temperature is considered to say there is a global warming. How much it is happening now? It is 1.5 degree as of now. So how this started from 1960s and continuously raising little bit, 0.1, 0.01 sometimes in a year, like that. It raises and it accumulated for this 1.1 degree right now. So this, what it can do, it can cause extreme weather events. Rather, hurricanes can be stronger than present situations. Snowstorms can be more intense. Heat waves can be more dangerous than the one. This all happens due to greenhouse gases, as you know. But I'm just summarizing only, not talking any research in this. So the water vapor, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, these are the gases which do cause the global warming. And the results are that the glaciers will melt away, sea level will be rising, animal and plant life is going to change, and some species may disappear from the earth. Okay, but what can be done? So everybody has to realize that it is everyone's problem. It's not America's problem, not India's problem, not Pakistan's problem. It is everybody's problem. So you have to change your lifestyle. You have to conserve earth, water, electricity, gas, all natural resources. and do not pollute things. This much if we can do, rest all nature will revert it to you with some good changes. It is, I believe so, it will help us that way. Okay, so I think I have made my time almost close to the given timing, though rushed it. So I thank my department where I worked, the Meteorological Center, Hyderabad, and IMD headquarters, Mausam Bhavan, for giving me the experience of learning all these things and then sharing with you today. So Dr. Ravindra, over to you. If there are some questions, one can ask me.
Thank you, sir. I know it's very difficult to cover such a huge topic in short time, but due to paucity of time, we have to end the session. And participants, if you have any queries, quickly we can take one or two. If you have any queries, you can raise your hand. Yeah, Mary. You can unmute yourself.
Good evening, sir. I'm Mary. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Art, Science and Wellbeing for giving me this opportunity to express my opinion. Sir, there are different topics I learned, sir. How is weather, how to predict weather, how is the meteorological department working, and you showed where the place you worked. You have immense experience. There's a lot of learning we can take from you, sir. More than I asking questions, a lot of experience in these 3 sessions, in 2 sessions in conference and today, sir. So I learned a lot. It's a wonderful knowledge shared, sir. And thanks for the immense enriching session, sir. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Mary, for your nice words about this presentation. Actually, the focus can be made out of this. This is covering a wide range of topics. So as per the requirement of a particular community or particular people, we can focus on a particular aspect, and that can be more meaningful to them, and you can say practical and purposeful learning for them. So that way, one can invite me sometimes if there is an opportunity. I can prepare a presentation specific to that need. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Soon we are coming up with a workshop for social workers and for mental health professionals, psychologists, for different professions, where this information is very much required. We, in coming days, we are coming with various workshops, and we will let you know. And sir will be, taking up sessions in coming workshops as well. So. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mary. Professor Amita Anshu, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Davindra.
Is it audible?
Yes, please continue.
Sir, actually it was very much informative talk, but my concern is about landslides. So could you, sir, highlight about landslide,
Yeah, okay. Landslide is basically when rains happen over mountainous regions, they get loosened, and a part of the earth, you can say in lumps, they fall down onto the lower regions of from the top regions to the lower regions, and they can cause damages to roads or things like that, and they can also block certain flows when water flows, if they fall across a river, things like that. So this is basically a river. Landslide won't happen just like that without a rain. So normally these are the things. Even snowfall also can cause landslides in such areas where snowfall happens. So something disturbs the land. Even earthquake can create. Sometimes if an earthquake happens, it creates a jolts in the hills and all. So a part of it is some stones, large stones can fall down. So some disturbance has to happen there. So has to happen these landslides. Yes. So the proneness is more in the hilly areas. where the roads are very narrow and they cut a part of the hill to make a road. And that vertical part of the cloud on one side of the hill collapses onto the road. So these are the risks in those hilly areas only. But in normal plains, normally you don't find landslide issues, as you know.
So what are the new trending in landslide hazard mitigation and control measures? You can say some research areas that we can proceed for landslide mitigation as well as hazard monitoring, as like geospatial technology, you can say, or maybe space-based technology. What you can suggest?
Yeah, lot of study was done after this Kedarnath, Kedarnath landslide and that incident of a heavy rain and that caused landslides and blocking of the river and busting. That total temple was buried in water. So that was, I think, 2013. It happened, and there is an institute called Institute of Himalayan and Glacier Research. That is, I think, located in Dehradun also. They have done some research on it. To be frank, I am not very expert in that.
Okay, sir. Okay, no issues, sir. Yeah. No issues, sir. Okay, thank you so much, sir, for a nice presentation.
Welcome.
Thank you, Karnakar Reddy garu, for accepting our invitation and joining us and sparing your valuable time and sharing your valuable insights. And we wish you all the success and congratulations, sir. Look forward for more sessions in the future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Randha.
Dear friends, quickly fill up the feedback form for session 2. Then we have with us our next speaker for the day, invited speaker, Dr. Anish KR. He is Associate Professor and former Head, Rajgiri College of Social Sciences, Kerala. He is also Research Guide for Mahatma Gandhi University and also Vice President, Association of Schools of Social Work in Kerala, and also the Kerala Association of Professional Social Workers. We welcome you, sir, for your presentation on diversity, sensitive social work practice, the role of social work education. Over to you, sir. You can unmute yourself and start your video.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra, for this opportunity. I'm really privileged to be here in this audience. And I need to specifically appreciate Dr. Ravindra for this initiative. He has continued to do this webinar series for many days, and he has done it meticulously well with a high number of participation throughout the sessions. Today we have 77 people in the audience. Thank you so much for this initiative. Now, we have heard from two eminent speakers on two different topics. One is about well-being, mental health, and mindfulness and things like that. Now, we also heard about climatic crisis. Climate crisis is becoming a big issue in our context. Now, I would like to speak on the theme of this World Social Work Day. So, greetings to all of you on this World Social Work Day. And we are concluding the World Social Work Day celebrations of the month celebrations today with the 31st of March. So I would speak about a topic of this World Social Work Day with a little bit about how we practice in social work. So let me share my screen to start the session. Now I have to ask you this question. What are the feelings that comes to your mind? You remember this particular thing came up in 2018, Section 377, that Supreme Court rewrites history by removing homosexuality as a criminal offense. Homosexuality is no longer a crime. What was your immediate feeling when you heard about this news? Did you feel good, happy, okay, or did you think that it is something which is essential? Now recently we have, now on this April 18th, we are expecting another verdict from the Supreme Court with regard to same-sex marriages. There have been a lot of discussions about that. And what are your views about that? How do you feel about it? These are two things which we have had our immediate thoughts about these scenarios. And I don't want to explore what it is, but let us ask ourselves, are we able to accommodate, adjust, understand this particular scenario? That is the context of this World Social Work Day theme, which talks about two keywords. The two keywords are diversity and respect. Are we able to respect diversity? That's a big question in front of us. So when you talk about diversity, it is a context of differences, a context of something which is different from us. So are we able to accommodate those differences and accept people and move forward as we learned in the social work classes? So today's session, I would like to speak about what social work education should do or can do to develop this attitude among the professional social workers, how they are able to respect diversity, how they are able to accommodate these differences and work with people of clientele of any nature. So in that context, let us talk about how we are becoming respectful of diversity. The word respectful I've expanded into contexts of various situations where we have the diversity blind spots or we are able to accommodate. When people ask you these questions, are we able to accommodate a person of color, a person of different race, a person of different language, a person of different economic and educational capacities? For us, we have been taught, we have learned, and we practice that we have to accept the person as he or she is. But are we able to do that? Now, this year's theme is about develop little more beyond that, that is action for those who are vulnerable, action for those who are diverse. But I am not talking about that today because of the limitation of time. I will be speaking about these contexts. Now look at these words, respectful, these words. We are in a position, or we often discriminate people based on religion, spirituality they follow, economic or social class they belong to, the sexual identity, personal style and education, ethnic or racial identity, their lifespan status and challenges they face, experiencing of trauma and crisis, family background and history of the family, physical characteristics, location of residence, language differences. We often tend to discriminate people based on these parameters. We want to be respectful of those diversity. We need to learn how to forego these dimensions and accept people as he or she is. The question is very simple. Are we able to accommodate differences? Now, most often when we have this diversity perspective, we look at people from a already I know it all approach. But this art of not knowing, the art of ignorance of a person will make us open in our mind, will make us openness will come to our mind so that we will see every client as a person of a new person with new story, new life experiences. Everything is of worth and dignity. Are we able to have this art of not knowing? When we have the attitude of knowing everything, we see with judgments, we see with prejudices. Now, some questions I have to ask. One is this: have you ever experienced any discrimination, anytime, anywhere? Most probably, yes. On the 21st of this month, I was engaging a group of audience. I asked this question, and everyone's hands were up, saying that yes, we were discriminated at some point of time. At some point of time, because several things. Why did we experience that? Ask yourself. How did we overcome that? All those things are important for us to understand. How do people feel when they are discriminated? Now, looking at the fabric of social work practice in India, if no one else talks about diversity, we should speak about diversity because we are living in a world of diversity. When we cross our borders, when we cross our symbol borders, we see people of different nature, different religion, different languages, different dressing, different type of food. So people are diverse. And these are some of the statistics. I don't want to read out all those things. But India is a world of diversity. The fabric of social work practice in India, it is diversity. So diversity sensitive practice is the key element of social work practice in our country. Now, we proclaim that as social workers, we follow equity, social justice, harmony, and we focus on marginalized communities. So when you see that this diversity is a problem, and we want to ensure these concerns of social practice in our country, how do we ensure that? So we practice as a profession. The profession has to respond to these realities. The social work education need to incorporate these elements of learning to the learning processes, and also the teaching practice and research process should involve this. So when we talk about how you value diversity, we talk about how we recognize these differences. Are we able to accommodate this difference? That's a question. Are we able to recognize that there is a difference? Are we ready to agree to disagree? Now, second thing is, once we recognize, are we able to acknowledge these differences? Yes, these exist. As a valued asset, are we able to see differences as a valued asset? And we are able to demonstrate these things to the people who we are engaging with. In terms of knowledge, skills, and attitudes we have practiced. When we are able to do that, we are able to do focused social work, which is actually diversity sensitive practice, which is the way we are expected to practice. Now, I am talking from a perspective of an individual social worker in terms of working with an individual client or a group of people or a family or a group of like that. But we have to look beyond this in this year's World Social Work theme, that we have to take social action for protecting the rights of those people who are diverse. But this can happen only when we are able to accommodate that in our mind, in our personal interaction with people. That's why I put up this slide over here. Now, this is there. So how we present ourselves, as culturally competent, depend on the intervention, services, support we offer based on what we think inside. That is attuned with our own context, our own understanding of philosophies, our own value systems, our own thinking. So there is a need for molding a social worker to take care of these aspects so that they are able to present themselves as a culturally sensitive, culturally competent, diversity sensitive social worker. Now the question is very simple. Are we looking at ethnocentric thinking to ethno-relative thinking? Ethnocentric thinking is that we value our own philosophies, our thinking, the othering will happen then. We are ethnocentric. We think about ourselves and we value ourselves as best. Then we will start othering people. Othering philosophies will come up. Then we have to move from ethnocentric philosophies to ethno-relative philosophy. That is, we are able to accept people. We are able to adapt to situations. We are able to see new people as new and experience as new. So now this is a model which I want to present here, basically to understand how social work education has a role in developing these competencies in social work graduates. Now the picture, though little appears to be complex, you can read that from the left to right. When you see that from the left to right, we start from the social work curriculum. The social work curriculum, we have model curriculum, we have different curriculum exercises. We develop our curriculum based on our core expertise and competence in outcomes expected out of a social work program. Now, but the curriculum can have anything, but if the pedagogy, the way you transmit this information, if it is not appropriate, it is not going to be helpful. So you can just deliver knowledge by saying, informing people, but pedagogical approach makes a lot of difference. How you translate this information to students is very important. That will help us providing knowledge and also provide practical experiences. So now we know that social work education need to have a lot of emphasis on practicum. So our practicum experiences will be linked to the knowledge you gained out of the curriculum transaction. There is a lot of element of reflection happens there. So reflective practices, the theory, the practice, and reflection. You're thinking about those things will help us to develop skills and attitudes for interculturally competent practice. Skills and attitudes for practice. So once we have a good curriculum with a better pedagogical approaches, better knowledge transmitted, better practical experiences, which is embedded with the supervision of a social work educator or a field supervisor, where students will be made to think, reflect on their own practice experiences, that develops skills and attitude of them. Once that is done, we know that what will happen, there is an element of acceptance, listening, understanding, empathizing, all will happen with the social work practitioner or a social work student. That result into relationship satisfaction, client satisfaction, or overall well-being of a social work recipient of a social work services. or effective service delivery in that context. So this is a model. How do we develop social competencies in students to work with a diverse sensitive practice domain? That is very important. So knowledge, attitudes and skills, develop those internal outcomes in the mind of a social worker, that they are able to adapt, they are able to accept, they can be flexible, they are relative, and they are able to use those things in your behavior outcomes, where they provide appropriate behaviors and we communicate effectively with those population, and they are able to provide better system. Now, these are some of the list of things. I'm not going to get into these things. Basically, there are sets of knowledge bases, sets of attitudes required, and sets of skills you require to practice interculturally competent or culturally sensitive or diversity sensitive practice. We will be able to provide better services. So there are knowledge aspects, there are skills aspects required for this. I'm not reading out all those things. Then there are attitude aspects, like how you value our own groups and others. How we are open to novelty. Are we able to see a new client, a person with a difference, novel, new? Do we have the curiosity to know about a new person? Or are we thinking about our knowledge and we are happy with that and we don't want to know anything more? Are we having curiosity? Are we foolishly curious about a new person you meet, a new community you encounter with, a new group of people you see, a new culture where you are in? Are we able to do that? Are we able to be curious? Are we able to know more about them? And are we able to respect that? Then we become non-judgmental. We are able to cross-culturally accommodative, and we are able to use our own skills for social practice very well. So what are the ways we do that? So we basically start with our own self-reflection. So after meeting a client, you should ask ourselves, did I do my job well? Am I able to relate with this person better? Do I have a block in my interaction with this person? Do I have a block in interaction with this community? So that reflection will help us to understand what is my diversity blind spot, so that I am able to develop my diversity sensitive practice. So we are able to communicate cross-culturally. We can challenge discriminatory acts. That means where the social action comes. When you see a particular group of people's vulnerability is being misused, the diversity is in question, then we can always challenge that discriminatory acts. That result into social action. That result into the theme of this year's World Social Work Day, where we understand diversity better, we are able to respect them, accept them, adapt with them, and we are able to work for them or become their voice if required. That is the context of this thing. So we become, so social work education has a significant role in developing interculturally competent social work professionals. So the model which I discussed earlier, which definitely shows that we need to have a curriculum, have a pedagogical approach, have a reflective practice linked to social work, field work and other activities, linked to supervision or mentoring in later point of time when you become professional. All are required to develop this interculturally competent, culturally sensitive social work practice. I think I was able to finish 10 minutes early. Thank you so much for listening to me. These are some of the references. I will share the slides with Ravindra sir, and if you want, you can read this material. Thank you. And if you have any comments, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anish, sir. It was very much relevant because of new laws are being passed and we need to be equipped with the latest happenings in the country. It was very well presented. And dear friends, if you have any queries, you can raise your hand so that we can unmute yourself, or you can unmute yourself or use chat box to share your observations or queries. I think I see only appreciation messages in chat box. No queries as of now. So you can always share your queries, if any, through feedback form also. We'll get back to sir and get back to you with the solution.
Thank you so much. You're able to save some time, sir.
Thank you, Anish sir, for joining us and accepting our invitation and being part of this wonderful event and celebrations. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Sure, thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
So next we have with us one of our senior professors, Professor L.S. Gandhidas. He is President, Indian Network of Professional Social Workers Association, affiliated to IFSW, and he is also presently Director for Institute for Youth and Development, and also served at various positions like Professor of Social Work, Bangalore University, and he is also member of various boards, and he is also UGC expert. And there is a very long list, where Sir is diversified into various social work, curriculum development, and profession. And he visited various countries and disseminated his expertise and knowledge. And we are very fortunate to have our Professor Gandhidas ji here on this wonderful occasion. So we welcome you, sir. Over to you for your session, Diversity and Joint Action.
Thank you, Dr.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ravindra. I don't have a PowerPoint because what I'm going to talk is just sharing some experience. So, friends, after listening to Anish, who was comprehensively presented the social work, methodology, pedagogy, as well as issues related to that, I thought we will just talk only about these things, how we look at from Indian perspective. That's all my talk will be. Friends, it will be very simple, straightforward, learned from various communities across India. Therefore, it will be a very lucid talk rather than a very serious talk. Like Anish and all, they presented a very. I logged in to Dr. Ravindra's program a couple of times. I listened to a number of people. I liked one on environment. Very, very nicely organized. The presenters were very, very experienced people. I think I wanted to get in touch with him also, Jai Chandra and others. And a wonderful sharing. Friends, I start with a simple question: that why do we need to talk about diversity in 2023? If we talk about this in 70s, 60s, 40s, yes, because our mobility was limited. Our contact with other world is either through radio, afterwards TV, newspapers mostly, and sometimes cinema, and sometimes music. That's all we were used to. Today, we are everywhere. We can move around the world in no time. A lot of Indians are traveling across the globe in a terrific manner. When in 70s we say I'm a foreign visitor, return, it's a pride. Today, nothing. Yeah. Some Indians visit 3 countries in a day. So we are highly mobile. We reach everywhere in no time, in India, abroad, anywhere. Why do we need to talk about diversity at this point? Because we all learned, we have seen around the world, we have seen it around India. What is the diversity of India? Why do we need to talk about all this? So enlightened world, today's society, we call it ourselves as a knowledge society. We don't even call illiterate people or third world and all. We are called as a knowledge society. In knowledge society, reason comes to forefront, that we have the power to reason and act. Somewhere between power to reason and act, we knowledge society people somewhere react differently. The simple episode I will give you is the migrant workers in South India. Suddenly some news comes, the whole migrant workers get panicked. They started packing back to North India. Then ministers, everybody make a statement. No, there's nothing fussy about it. Please stay back, please stay back, please stay back. This is happening in 2023, 22. Why is it? We received migrant workers. Suddenly we develop some cold feet. Somewhere, something. So the role of media also is very important today, either to increase the diversity in a complicated manner or look at diversity as a solidarity of the people, one community, one planet, one earth. This somewhere gets distorted today due to various reasons. I would request, some of you are not familiar, if you go to YouTube, type Mind Your Language. It's a very comedy serial BBC published about 3 decades back, I think, if I'm correct. It's about 20 serial, where there is a Russian, Indian, Pakistani, Japanese, all go to England for some job and they all learn English. So it's an English class of different communities, and how each one comes out with their own identity, then how they become one. It's a beautiful comedy to learn the diversity and joint action. Because the purpose is they are there in England to work in England or to join some families. How they try to, what I would say, not compromise, look at their personal national identity, language identity with a common identity of the English people or English language. That's one of the very interesting episode I would request you to look at. Mind Your Language, BBC documentary. It's about 3 decades old. It's very interesting, very, you can laugh and laugh and laugh. There's no harm, no enmity around any community. That's the beauty about that particular documentary. The diversity came into India in a big way when the IT sector started growing. They found different Indians getting together in one workplace. How do they appreciate? Chapati eating, rice eating, ragi eating, food habits, language, pronunciations, etiquettes, mannerisms, everything came into forefront, and number of IT sectors started employing people to harmonize all these differences of the people. So they organize a number of conferences. Since I'm very close to a number of these IT people and the HR people, I know that how they struggle. And I used to give them a lot of advice that don't overdo things. People will learn provided there is a purpose in what they get in. So the purpose of getting together makes us united. Therefore, my dear friends, the world of knowledge world plus the world with so much of mobility, when we talk about diversity, somewhere we have failed to resolve some of the inner conflicts that we experience in our society in day-to-day encounter. We are moved by people's talk without any reason. Reason means rational thinking. This rational thinking somewhere gets muted in today's digital community and digital world. With these few remarks, let me go why International Federation of Social Workers started organizing this World Social Work Day, which Dr. Ravindra is celebrating for last 10 days, almost. With nearly every day, they're running into 3 to 4 hours. Actually, in 1983, when Jack Kemiko started this International Social Work Day in United Nations to bring number of people, of social workers under one fold. But nothing much happened after 1983. It was in 2007, the Worldwide Social Work Day was observed throughout the countries. Today, IFSW has 148 countries under its role. So this month and last month, almost a lot of people are observing the Social Work Day. There is diversity of countries. There is joint action of social workers because there is a common purpose in our joint action. And in 2012 to 2020, the theme of Social Work Conference has always been subscribing to SDGs, Sustainable Social Development Goals. Therefore, if you look at the topics, it will read as promoting equality, promoting economic and social equality, promoting this, promoting that. So a lot of years we started promoting, that talked about promotions. In 2022, co-building, we signed for People's Charter. So from that time, the topics have changed. The first topic was Ubuntu last year, that I am because of you. Came from one of the African countries' story. And this year, it is diversity, respect for diversity, and need for joint action. Now, the purpose of Social Work Day is to raise the visibility of our profession to others. We know what we are, but others also should know what we are. Therefore, normally Social Work Day, I try to observe among the societies. Once we observed that in the front of Mahatma Gandhi statue, we just had half an hour, we displayed everything. I requested when I was there last week, then Nimmans National Institute, to observe that with the patients, because Nimmans receives 2,000 patients per day. I requested them, why don't they consider observing Social Work Day with the patients? Therefore, when the Social Work Day is creating visibility in the larger community. That is the basic purpose of the Social Work Day, not creating visibility for ourselves. Therefore, the change can happen only when each one of us understand each other. And this can come only through action. Deeds, not words. This is the fundamental thing. Only when we start working together, our differences will come. Only when we start moving together, we know the differences between me and others. But since we have to move together, we need to see how we do a joint action. Therefore, the informed public, informed society is a predominant objectives on Social Work Day. A well-informed, today we call it as an informed patient, informed student, informed teacher, informed, that means we know what we are saying. It also means the informed communities with whom we work. Therefore, Social Work Day is to be observed in order to create visibility of our profession through joint action so that the action speaks louder than words. We need not search for too many things. Look at our own families. In my family, for example, 60% are vegetarians, 40% are non-vegetarians. And today in my extended family, we have more than 6 states people in our family. We have 4 religions, and now we are international. We all move together. We had differences, but the joint actions, the purpose is, can we live as a family? When we put that purpose above all our differences, joint action is possible. Take our own families, for example. Most of the Indians, we have 3 important worshipping patterns. The first one, Mane Devru, that means my home god or goddess. Every one of us have. We say Mane Devru. Mane means house. Inti, my Inti Devru, my house god. Then we have Kula Devru, that means a god or goddess of our community. Then we have these village gods. They come only during jatras, village festivals. There are 3. Each one has a different names, different figures, sometimes no figures also. But we do worship our God in the house. We worship the God of our community. We worship the God or goddess of our village. And we also worship others. We have no quarrels. We never had any differences till a daughter-in-law comes. When she says, I want my jatras to go. Of course, Kula community doesn't come because they're all, but their money there would be different. But the moment we allow that to happen, there are no problems in the house. Therefore, we in India must reflect how we do our daily life. We have a deity of the house, we have the deities of our community, we have the deities of our village. We have no problem in integrating all these deities in our day-to-day life. Then why not the others? We need to reflect. The simplest story that I thought I would share with you for a few minutes is our stories of Panchatantra. You know that in our childhood, we all used to read the stories of Panchatantra. Either it would have been told by our grandmothers, or our teachers, or our mothers, or school somewhere. Not that Panchatantra of different story, the Panchatantra of animals. We have seen that in Panchatantra stories, only the animals will be. There will be a crow, there will be an elephant, there will be a jackal, there will be a deer, there will be a tortoise, there will be a mouse. And the stories are all around how they make friendships and come together. That's a beautiful Panchatantra stories we all read in our childhood. A crow, a deer, a mouse, and another animal. They meet in the evening. They share their friendship. By morning, they go and hunt on their own, whichever food they like. And again, they come together. Whenever they got into problem, how each one used their talents. The mouse uses its talents. The crow uses its talents. The tortoise uses its talents. The jackal uses its talents. And they try to save that friend. This is a story in our society, Panchatantra. But somewhere we forget. But the animals can come together. These are the points that our ancient society talks about. How animals can come together and live happily and help each other. You know, in Panchachandra, it is friendship. That is the theme of the whole Panchachandra story. It is how to make friends. What happens when you lose a friend? What happens if you create a problem between two friends? And what happens when there is a union? These are the 5 different parameters of interpersonal relationship, which Anish would have talked about. It's an interpersonal relationship. How the differences can be resolved and how they can live happily. This is the cornerstone of Panchachandra stories. So we must reflect, reinforce the Panchachandra stories again and again in our day-to-day life. As Anish was putting some pictures and asking questions, how this prejudice comes into forefront. How do we increase these prejudice in our day-to-day life and how it affects others' life? I thought I will share another short story that I learned from the village communities. You know, normally some of us don't like someone putting their hand when we are eating our food in our plate. Some of us are very, very fussy about it. Don't touch my plate. Don't put anything into my plate. I don't like people putting their hand or anything into my plate. So there was a couple, lived happily, but the husband was very particular about, while eating, not to get some wife's hand or anything into his plate. Many times, you know, wife is a wife. She, out of love or something, taste this, taste that, she'll put, and he used to all the time warn, don't do this, I don't like this, I don't like this. This was going on. One day it so happened that he got so angry with her. He said, enough is enough. I told you so many times to mend your ways. I'm going out of the house. So he walked out of the house. We all in anger just walked out. We don't think about what we'll do, how we'll pursue. Some of you would have known this story. As he walked on, the hunger caught him. Anyway, you can't live away from hunger and thirst. So he was so hungry, he was tired, he walked several places. At last, he went and rested on somebody's, you know, what we call that small portico type of dinner, we call it as a small raised place in a village. So he went and slept on that very tiringly. One lady from the house came out and saw, gave him a glass of water. Then she asked, you require food, you look so tired. He says, yes, I would like to eat. She brought a plantain leaf and served him food. He was very happy. He wanted to go and throw the plantain leaf. And she said, don't, please. We have very few plantain leaves for our house today. My husband already ate on this particular plantain leaf. And now I'm serving you. I have to clean. There is 2 more people who will eat on this. The person who doesn't like wife's hand in his plate, he got so upset. He didn't know what to do. He was so upset that he ate on a plantain leaf, which was already used. He walked again, walked and walked and walked. And again, tired, he said, I will not go into eat again. I will see that I will try to live with some water or other thing. But thirsty caught him very badly. You know, one of the things when we are thirsty, we increase our saliva so that some of our hunger, some kind of thirstiness can go down. So he was trying to increase that saliva in the mouth. So he was looking for, and he saw one old lady, and he requested her whether she has an arachnet, you know, the beetle and arachnet that we use after our good food or during our festival time. She said, yeah, I have one good one, big one. Yeah, big arachnet. Why don't you use it? So he was so thirsty and he put it in his mouth and he started chewing it and biting it. And he started getting a lot of saliva. The elderly woman looked at him. Oh, nice. How nice. You broke that? Yes, ma'am. Auntie, I broke that. How good. I was trying to break that for so many times in my mouth. I could not do that, and you have done it. Imagine that arachnet was used already in somebody's mouth, and now he is using it. Friends, the story goes on. I don't want to continue that. The story goes on to demonstrate. These are all stories from our villages I'm picking up. That how, when we are struggling with our own biasness, and when we try to see that in others, the problems. In order to give up this biasness, this prejudice, these inbuilt things that beyond our reasonable knowledge, we get into a lot of issues. Lastly, we must look at Mahatma Gandhi. When he arrived to India, he came in 3 suits because he was a barrister, lawyer. But when he went around the India, he shed one after another, and in the end, he had one small cloth around his waist, one cloth on his body. It is not only shed the dresses, friends, he shed his own biasness, prejudice, everything on every other community. And that's why he was able to unite the Indians for freedom movement. The unity he was able to create among the Indians by himself demonstrating the unreasonable prejudices and a rational society to which we are all supposed to belong. Therefore, friends, respect for diversity will be there only when we review our prejudice, we review our bias, which doesn't sustain our rational thinking, then joint action is possible. Today, we social workers, I think even in this particular webinar, I think I could see number of people across South India and in North India with joint action. This is a joint action. We also should respect our diversity, the pronunciation of each one of us, the language of each one of us. Some of us can only speak in one language. As long as we have the ability to communicate, we are one. The purpose is to raise the image and standard of the social work profession in India, which is still, even after 70 years, in unacceptable conditions because we have not created the visibility in the community. We have created our visibility for ourselves. Number of governments have recognized, but we need to move the joint action to community. And with these words, I thank all the participants as well as Dr. Ravindra and other stakeholders of this conference for giving me time to share my thinking on diversity and joint action. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Professor Gandhidas ji. As we, there are no words to express. Like our senior professors, when we come to, to attend classes or when they come to take classes, they have their unique way of teaching entire subject, not in a way, is a contemporary way, but they have their own way of making us to understand in a very lucid way, in a very simple way. You have made us understand, the values and the morals and the traditions and how a social worker should be and what kind of, mindset and behaviors, actions we need to carry forward. It was very insightful and we are very fortunate, sir, to have you with you and take this message forward. As you rightly said, and I always look forward to our seniors, senior professors as mentors, our gurus, stalwarts who are always guiding us in, our younger generations and students, research scholars and fraternity. We are very fortunate to see you on this platform and hear you on this platform. And thank you once again, sir, for joining us and enlightening us. So, friends, if you have any queries, feel free to share. You can raise your hand. We can unmute you. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Sir, good evening, sir. I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation and Sri Research Institute Center for Arts and Science for giving me the opportunity to present my opinion. Sir, I have seen you in my Viva in Bangalore University.
Oh,
And,
don't remember.
And I'm from Garden City College.
Okay, well.
Yeah, you was the one who sent me to explain a case in Kannada. So that was 2005, and after 18 years, I'm seeing you, sir. So
Thank you.
it's immense topics, sir. You explained the family about how joint action in your family example. That is immense, and I was very happy when I saw your name on the this one. We saw professor in university again. We are getting opportunity to see him after 18 years.
Oh,
So
nice.
it's immense pleasure, sir, to be a Bangalore University student under you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing your insights. Anyone else would like to share? You can feel free. You can unmute yourself or you can share your feedback in chat box.
Thank you all.
So, if I am a speaker tonight, but still I'm Dr. Chandrakala, sir. My question is, since we are talking about joint action, so joint action requires us to first think about networking and collaboration, right? And a country like India, where everything is compartmentalized, we think, oh, if it is to do with cleanliness, then this department would work. They don't think that everything is connected. So we need to emphasize on networking and collaboration, and that should be given strong weightage, right, sir? So in this scenario, how are we able to, as a country, as a fast developing countries, which is now kind of going on the path of being a developed country, how are we supposed to kind of develop a mechanism to monitor, as how this networking and collaboration is stronger, and how do we, as a country, need to give a strong weightage on networking and collaboration so that everything seems to be kind of, interconnected, and everybody would work in a collaborative manner to produce the best outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandrakala. One question, Chandrakala. Are you a social worker or some other? Dr. Chandrakala?
Sir, I'm senior assistant professor from Amity University.
Oh, nice, nice. You heard about a subject called group work. It is different name now.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Whatever you are asking question, if you apply the group work principle or group work experiences in a larger macro system, you find the answer easily. Because in group work, we bring different people. In group work, we try to create number of opportunities where people discover each one's strengths. And in group work, we put each one's strength into action. And the bondage comes. Many times we forget teaching group work as a course method and play and forget about it. Take, for example, Dr. Chandrakala, our own Indian Network of Professional Social Worker Association. After 20 years of gap, we took some steps. In this step, we, in principle, said each of the association will retain its own identity, but we'll come as a common platform. The uniting purpose is social work. Therefore, today, we don't interfere into any of the individual associations, be it Andhra Pradesh Association, or now we have a Telugu State Association, or NAPSV, where you must be a member, I think, because you are close at Amity was number of people I met there. And Kerala Social Work, Anish, they're doing a pioneering job. Karnataka Social Work, Bombay Social Work, that's okay. Masway in Maharashtra. Now Jammu and Kashmir, Pondicherry University will be joining. Each federation has its own functions to address to the local needs. But we as social workers have a larger purpose for this country. Therefore, we created this Indian Network of Professional Social Workers Association, where it is a joint effort of all the associations. And for the first time we organized, I think Dr. Ravindra, you were there for the SHHFI conference, if I am correct.
Yes, sir.
I sent you the leaflet yesterday.
Yes,
where
sir.
your picture will be very prominent. You know, everybody doubted because we are initially, but we were able to get 136 foreign delegates. And 27 or 28 countries participated, including first time Papua New Guinea, Fiji. You know, so many small countries, they all came and participated. Therefore, when we keep the purpose above everything, the differences will melt and we will become one. We don't lose our identity. You know, in Khichdi Bath, you are a women, you are all know about khichdi making. And each one has its own flavor in the food ingredients. But when you put together, we create a one dish. Out of 10 ingredients we make, the proportion, sense of proportion, what we call it, sense of cooking, sense of average makes the cooking very, very delicious. Therefore, in networking, this is what most important. It's not just let us join hands. The proportion, sense of proportion of our involvement, the sense of level playing, the sense of accepting. There could be one which is very poor agency, there could be one very rich, but respecting each one's contribution through Panchatantra stories or through your own cooking of different dishes with the different proportions would give us the sense we need to apply in our relationship with people. The interpersonal relationship, inter-country relationship, intercultural relationship evolves around sense of purpose, sense of proportion, sense of involvement. Thank you, madam. I hope I answered.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your answer, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights, and also thank you, Professor Gandhidasji. And once again, you very well explained. We are very, united by closely by hearts, but due to certain, as sir has rightly mentioned, we all have certain boundaries set by our organizations or certain things. We have diversity. At the same time, we all are united. Very wonderfully expressed and portrayed by our Gandhidasji. Thank you, sir, once again. Anyone else have any queries? We can quickly take. Yeah, Anjana, do you have any query? You have unmuted.
She's unmuted.
Anjana? Anjana, do you have any query? I think by mistake.
Possible.
Yeah, anyone else would like to share? Feel free to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use your chat box. Yeah, Dr. Candy.
Yeah, actually, I just traveled, so I will not be able to switch on my video. But I am very much happy to be a part of this great conference. Actually, I put forth my desire this morning to Dr. Ravindra Garu, and he accepted it. And I this is the first time this type of conference I'm attending on social aspect. So I belong to Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. And then social work is a part of our life because we do a lot of activities with the students. And then coming to my research also, the same area I have taken, moving towards socio-ecological justice, where the poor and the marginalized, as sir was talking, the last speaker just now, who was talking very profusely on how to, be united. Everybody's united in one web of creation. And then another participant also expressed that it is a networking kind of thing. We are all connected. That idea, I really liked it and I appreciate. And then the speakers, all the speakers, right from the first speaker till now, all of you have done an amazing job for inspiring all of us on this international forum. And thanks to Dr. Ravindra Garu for such a wonderful opportunity. So my thanks, and I hope and wish that I too get an opportunity to voice out my ideas with regard to a few topics which I would like to share. So thank you once again, and congratulations for the beautiful initiative. God bless.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Candy. Yeah, Ramesh, you have unmuted yourself. Okay. In fact, I'm just inspired. I'm nothing before, the social work fraternity. In fact, my professors have always inspired me whenever I attended conference, they always used to say we should not preach, but we should practice, and we should never look, we have to always look for an opportunity where we can do at an individual level, at a community level, at a national or international level, whatever way it is possible, try at an international level first. If that is not possible, come down and see that at least at an individual level, you are making a difference. That's what, inspired me, and I keep trying, and it's all because of my social work professors. In fact, today I am doing something. I am contributing a drop in the ocean. It's only because of all the teachings and of the values and traditions that were taught to me by my professors. So today or at any day, I'm ever grateful to all the professors, all the mentors and senior professors of the fraternity who all are guiding me, personally, though they are not on platforms, though they are not on flyers, but always we are very closely connected to each other. And, they always guide me. Like this truly represents, our social work fraternity. As sir has rightly pointed out, we have that unity among us. So that's a great uniqueness of social work because it is related to every discipline. Almost you see all are very closely interrelated, and as rightly pointed out by Gandhidas ji and even Anish ji and even our Karnaka Reddy Garu also very well explained how social worker can play a great role. So even technology, that's why when we were discussing with our team of professors, because I was also a software engineer, then I also took up my psychology, then social work, and into various, I also pursued. Now I'm presently pursuing environment also. So a lot of these disciplines, it helped me a lot, bringing me. I also did mass communication and journalism. So all these different kinds of disciplines with different perspectives and having experts in different fields brought me to think in a diversified way. So entire credit goes to the professors of various disciplines who have been mentoring me, guiding me. So this entire credit goes to social work fraternity, whichever we were able to organize so many programs and this 10 days also. So I once again express my sincere gratitude to Gandhidas ji, and I treat that entire fraternity is being here, in the form of Gandhidas ji, and he is president and of INSPA. So that itself, conveys a lot for me, at least. That entire fraternity is there here and supporting us. So once again, we thank Gandhidas ji on behalf of entire social work fraternity, and we offer our holy pranams to the entire social work fraternity, and I look forward for your support and guidance in upcoming and future programs. Thank you, Gandhidas ji, once again. So we will move on to our next session. So if you still have any queries, you can keep sharing it in chat box, and then you can also use feedback forms. And one small request is, don't worry about feedback forms. You continue to stay. Even if they are closed also, don't worry. We request all the presenters who are host, co-host to kindly minimize when you are making presentations so that our friends can continue filling the feedback form in the background. So next we have with us Dr. B.T. Lavani ji. He is Director, JSF Research Center, affiliated to Savitribai Phule, Pune University from Pune. We welcome you, sir. You can unmute yourself and start your presentation. You can start your video as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for accepting and joining us.
Yes, sir. A very good evening to all of you. Today, we have the session on the occasion of World Social Work Day 2023. My previous speakers spoke on different themes. And just before me, our senior most professor, Dr. Gandhidas, has delivered his lecture. like a Pitamaha, once he spoke, what should I speak is a big question before me. However, I will make a small attempt to express my observations and experiences as a professor of social work for the last so many years. At the outset, let me express my sincere thanks to the convener of this platform, this webinar, Dr. Ravindra RM. He has been continuously doing a lot of efforts. Many webinars are organized by him on different issues and themes. Sir, thank you very much and congratulations for conducting such a nice session. Today I will be speaking around 15 minutes, not more than that even. The big question before us is what is happening to social work? And especially whether social work education, where the social work education is going on, is a big challenge before all of us. As we all of us know, almost 87 years back, we have started in India the social work education by the themselves Dorabji Tata Graduate School of Social Work used to call, and with a small degree, Social Service Administration. This was the nomenclature. And today we have almost from certificate course to the postdoctoral and including DLIT. There is an enormous growth of social work education in India. Extensively, the institutions have been grown up. Large number of graduates have been coming out from all these colleges of social work. But a question, of course, Gandhidas sir is witness for this, and of course, he will make another attempt whenever and wherever is possible for him to address these issues. We have a number of concerns and challenges, and of course, opportunities. As far as social work education is concerned, thereby the social work practice in India. I have listed 5 to 6 items. The first question before me, I mean before all of us, is that professional association of social work or social workers. One of the important components of any profession is the professional association. And the question before us is that, do we have today a national level professional association of social workers? If yes, how these organizations are working? What are their contribution to the growth of professional social work and growth of the social work education? What are the network they are doing it? So these issues are followed over there. I'm happy Dr. Gandhidas and others, they have made an attempt to establish a federation, Indian Network of Professional Social Work Associations. This is one of the attempts that they're doing it. But to represent whole country, all of us will agree anonymously, without any question, that we do not have a strong, sound, professional association of social workers. And if this is not there, there is no growth for the social work education, subsequently the social profession. Therefore, today there is a need of it. And if this is a challenge for all of us, that for the last so many years, And I myself, on many platforms, on many occasions, in many articles, made a systematic attempt to raise this issue. In Maharashtra, we have a strong social work educators association called MASWE, Maharashtra Association of Social Work Educators. It's a very strong organization. Today, the government will ask our association if they want to take any decisions as regarding to the social work education and thereby the recruitment and other things in the state of Maharashtra. It should happen in each and every state, and accordingly, thereafter, it should happen at the national level. So therefore, if the national association is very strong, then definitely all the opportunities who are there meant for the social workers will be grabbed by us. It is our experience even in Karnataka and Maharashtra and some other states. Most of the positions which were exclusively reserved for social workers are made open to the others. If I am right, and the people, professional social workers from Karnataka may answer to this question that, so a few years back, there was recruitment for the Department of Women and Child Welfare. There was a big survey and research activities are going on, and MBA people were preferred as far as recruitment is concerned. Therefore, is it worth? Is it what to say, justice to the social professional social workers? So unless and until we establish a strong professional social workers association at the national level, we cannot do anything with the government, with the other organizations. We cannot regulate our course itself. There is no one to control this. The second important thing, of course, with all due respect to my senior professors, there is a need of National Council on Social Work Education. We do not have this. And if there is no Council of Social Work Education, who will regulate social work education across the country? There are many attempts, many efforts. The bill was presented, and I don't know the reason, what hidden reasons were there, and the bill was not passed. Maybe some political issues, maybe some other pressures as such, or maybe some internal, conflicts. But the result is that as on today, we do not have National Council on Social Work Education. If at all we want to do anything today, we need to struggle, we need to raise our eyes, we need to organize ourselves, and within 1 or 2 years, coming 1 or 2 years, we should see that there is a council on social work education. If no council, no regulation as such. And it is because of this, many losses are there as far as social work education is concerned. These two are very, very essential. Establishment of the professional association at the national level. There are associations. For example, I don't want to take the name of that association here on this platform. I have paid 5,000 rupees as a life member for one of the professional association that is Delhi based. And as on today, I have not received any communication as such. Even I have not received the receipt for my payment of 5,000 rupees. And of course, I get the ballot papers for the election, but by the time I get the ballot paper, the elections are over. So these associations, even we have, or I can say we had the association called ASWI, Association of Schools of Social Work in India. I'm happy in Kerala, some organization, they are doing well. Even Association of Schools of Social Work Education in Kerala, like that. The nomenclature exactly, I cannot tell that. These people, they are working very strong. Maharashtra, we are working very strong. So therefore, let us at the state level, first we will establish our strong organizations, and within the state, two organization. No, it's not a trade union. This is an association. Within the state, there are many national association of professional social workers. Then who will be represented to the government? As far as trade unions are concerned, there is an act. If there are multiple unions in the industry, who will be representing? There is a rule. But in case of our organizations, is there any rule that who will represent to the government? If some of us, 3 to 4 organizations claiming that ours is a national organization, yours is a national organization, who will represent to the government is a big question before us. And therefore, so amalgamating all these national organizations, bring one association which will represent to the government and regulate our social work education and thereby the practice of social work profession. The third point is that after 87 years of our education and practice, indigenous literature is not fully created. Indigenous literature means that translating something from English and writing in Kannada or Marathi or Telugu is not like that. So our indigenous practices in the field, based on our field practice, professional practice, we need to bring the literature, the books, and then only it can be termed as the indigenous literature. So based on our professional experiences, there is a need to bring the indigenous literature, which is lacking. And recently I have been observing that there is a changing structure of curriculum and fieldwork. I'm very happy to say that there are few organizations, they are doing well. They are bringing some innovations in the curriculum and their fieldwork practice. But some of the universities, some of the schools of social work, they are changing according to their, requirement. No, it should be changed according to the need of the students, need of the profession. Otherwise, there's no fun and there's no meaning in it. The fieldwork structure, it is so beautifully designed originally that 4 days theory classes, 2 days fieldwork. Monday and Tuesday, the student will go to the field, go to the classroom and learn theory of social work education in classroom. Wednesday, the students will go to the agencies, fieldwork agencies, and they will try to implement those theories learned in the classroom. And if there are any difficulties and whatever is there, the student will come to the department on Thursday. He or she will discuss with the concerned supervisor. And then on Friday, again, will go to the field and will try to overcome the problems he or she has faced on the Wednesday. And then again, Saturday, the student will come through the fieldwork conferences, supervisory conferences. They will discuss what exactly they have done in their fieldwork 2 days, Wednesday and Friday, and they will discuss on Saturday, and then Sunday they will write the report, and Monday they are supposed to submit the report. But there is no uniformity in this. There are few colleges and departments of social work. They are going for fieldwork continuously. For example, Friday, Saturday, 2 days fieldwork. Sunday is holiday. 3 days the students are not in connection with the fieldwork supervisor, I mean the teacher supervisor. Philomena D'Souza long back has conducted one study on fieldwork system in India. I myself have done a study on fieldwork training in Maharashtra with reference to few schools. Philomena D'Souza writes in her thesis, this is not my statement, that most of the teachers and students treat that these 2 days of fieldwork are unofficial holidays. It may be hurting into few, but the situation is very worst and the structure should not be disturbed. In one of the department, I visited that. they have cancelled their field work for the 4th semester. For the 4th semester, there is no field work at all, only regular classes. And I asked the concerned HOD why this is, this change has been made. And he said that, no, sir, our students will go to the block placement, and block placement itself is a field work. Block placement is a different, concurrent field work is a different. And if the field work is cancelled totally for the 4th semester, this is really very serious matter to be taken into consideration. It is all happening because there is no council and there are no guidelines and governing authority, and hence it is happening. So therefore, the structural changes, unless and otherwise required, we need not go for the changes. Then the most important thing is that Indianization of social work. We have borrowed the social work education from the Western countries, more particularly USA and UK. And till today, we are depending on the various books written by the foreign authors. For example, if you say community organization, of course, Siddiqui and others, they have made some, contribution. So MG Ross, we say that. Group work, if we ask, so Konapka, we say that. Case work, if you ask, Mary Richmond, we say that. But today, we need to have, based on the Indian experiences, these things have to be rewritten. So, and the colonial system of the social work education has to be stopped somewhere else. I mean that whatever good is there, we need to take, we should take, and we must take that. Whatever is not, related to us, or whichever is hampering and which is going to be an impediment for us, we need to stop it. Then, one more important thing we need to think over it now today. There is a mushroom growth of colleges. Colleges of social work. I am happy if the colleges are growing with the required infrastructure and the required number of books in the library and required number of staff members and required number of field work agencies. We're happy, but without any infrastructure. I was on affiliation committee for different universities as an outside expert. It was so horrible experience that there were no classrooms, there was no library, there was no infrastructure at all, and colleges have come up. And only we are giving the degree to the students. What justification we are giving to our own students? Do those students come to the college? Do they have attendance record? And forget about all those technical things. Do they have any knowledge based strong? For example, I don't want to take the name of that university. In one of the university, there are more than 50 colleges affiliated to one university. 50 colleges of social work. The southern part is really horrible that a large number of colleges are coming up, and these colleges are nothing but the commercial colleges. The founders are having only one intention, to mint the money. And here, the senior most professors, the university authorities should have some control over these institutions. Therefore, a mushroom growth of social work education institutions without infrastructure, without teaching staff, without library, without computer lab, without fieldwork agencies, really they will kill our profession. What will happen? I will tell you that. So, if there are 50 colleges in one university, 50 into, suppose you 50, 5 5 is 25, 200, suppose more than that, 2,500 students, if they come out from one university, where are the opportunities for the employment? Opportunities are there, but are they capable? Are they employable? This is a big question before us. Therefore, there must be a sort of a strong association and the council which will control the growth of mushroom growth of the non-qualitative colleges of social work. I am not going into the deeper part of it. I do have some data also. I can present if required. I am raising the issues to discuss in this platform or in some other occasions. Then lack of infrastructure. I told you that the most important thing is that employability, if it is not there, competency among the student is not there, so then the question comes of the unemployment, underemployment, or low wages employment. My dear friends, you must be knowing that our students who are postgraduates, who have spent their life not less than 17 years in education, after the MSW, most of the students get the employment of 7,000 to 8,000 rupees, less than 10,000 rupees. Today, you know that it is less than the minimum wages, we can say. And these professionals, they claim that, postgraduates, they claim that, MSW, beautiful degree, they write it. And if they are unable to earn at least 30,000, daily 1,000 rupees per the livelihood, so can we say it is a profession? Have you grown up to the level of profession? Therefore, the unemployment is a big question. Underemployment is also there, and employment with low wages is there. What happened? Unfortunately, there is no structured salary structure. One NGO will pay 5,000, other NGO will pay 50,000, some other NGO will pay 20,000. So if there is an association, we can pressurize these NGOs. You cannot pay such a low salary. What these NGOs are doing, you know that they get the funds through the for the various projects, and within that project, 50% of the budget is, the salaries are paid, and then they are exploited. The ground realities are entirely different. Therefore, we need to take care that the employability of the students has to be taken care of. And then another important issue is that networking of colleges of social work at the national level. Do we have a database today? Let me tell on this platform, anybody, do they have any data of the number of colleges of social work in India as on today? That 31st March 2023, what are the number of colleges? How many departments, undergraduates? How many postgraduate departments? How many research institutes? Do we have the data of teachers working in these universities and departments at the national level? So therefore, networking and database of colleges and professionals is a big challenge for all of us. If we do not work on this, then roughly we say that there may be around 500, there may be around 400, there may be around more than 1,000 colleges. Why around? Because they are colleges, they are existing, they are working. Technically, they are working at least there. And is it not our responsibility to have our networking of all these institutions and having that strong database? This is a challenge for all of us. And therefore, these associations which are working at least at the state level, and of course, I have a request to Gandhidas sir, who is a senior most professor here, that he has initiated that Indian Network of Professional Social Work Associations. So this association will come up with at least first of all, how many associations are there, how many members are there, what are their agenda, and then they will assign the task to these associations, state level or regional level associations, to create the database. And one day we will have at least the strong database of all the colleges, teachers, number of students, etc., etc. And if this is not there, how can we say this is a profession that? And all of us, I do not want to take much of the time here because already we are too late. There are few more speakers to speak. In 1 or 2 minutes, I will be concluding my speech that I have a humble request to all our senior professors and to all our young teachers. I will be looking forward. I will be having a lot of hopes on the young teachers rather than the senior teachers. What we have done nothing. So therefore, the young teachers, it is your future tomorrow. Those teachers who have been retired, those teachers who are now not actively involved in the professional practice, they have nothing to do with this. Some of them, like Gandhidhar sir, may be having some strong concern for this profession, but not all are like that. Therefore, I have a, what do you say, humble request to the young teachers, mostly the middle career teachers, they should actively take participation in the formation of the association at the national level. No one is there to protect us. There are associations of teachers, association of nurses, association of doctors, association of engineers, associations of rickshaw drivers, and in Pune we are having one strong association of Hamals, Kuli people. Hamal Panchayat, created by Baba Adav in Pune, is the strongest association in Pune. We have association of beggars. And unfortunately, we do not have at the national level, which can come forward and tell that, yes, we can represent to the government and ours is the strong association, then I will salute them. With these words, I once again thank the organizer for giving me an opportunity to raise these issues. Unless and until we resolve these issues, the opportunities are less. The opportunities are not favorable for us. Our society badly in need of professional social workers. And fortunately, you name the department, there is a scope for the professional social workers. Hospital we need, police station we need, court system we need it, industry we need it, in community we need social workers, in schools we need social workers. You tell me where are the social workers not needed? Social workers are needed in each and every field because mental health is more important, counseling is more important. And for all these and such other reasons, there is a good opportunity waiting for all of us. Provided that if we work strongly on these things, if we are able to resolve and address and resolve these issues, more particularly two important things. One, the establishment of the National Council on Social Work Education, number one. Number two, establishment of the professional association at the national level. ASWI has met a death. Where is it ASWI now today? And death of an organization is really a shame on our part. There are few organizations today. I very strongly I make a comment that those organizations are biased. They are not reaching the people. They are not reaching the professionals. And unless and until they are quite open, so they have become platform for them to exhibit their performances, to get some, what do you say, designations and say that I am this and that. Beyond that, what they have done. They organize conferences, seminars for their own interest. So therefore, we should work on these two issues. One, professional association and National Council on Social Work Education. If we do these two things first, the rest of the problems slowly, because council will have a control over the mushroom growth of colleges, structural part of the very course structure, curriculum development, etc. Therefore, these two are the major issues we need to address. And if we address this, definitely there is a bright future for the profession of social work. I hope and I expect that the coming generation, it is 87 years we have completed. At least, coming 13 years, by the time we reach the 100 year of celebration of our professional social work in India and social work education in India, we should have a strong association which can dictate the government, which can dictate the NGOs, which can dictate in other situations wherever and whenever it is required. Otherwise, then the profession will never survive. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lavaniji. You have, provided us the practical aspects of our profession, the challenges we are facing. As you rightly said, even most of the associations are not so strong. As you rightly pointed out, at least we can say Maharashtra Social Workers Association are comparatively stronger than others, because at least you have a strong say with respect to government that they follow the associations or guidelines or suggestions. But in other states, maybe subject to correction, are not so strong. So that is a great lacune in the system itself, where we are not able to take our profession forward. That is what little understanding I have. Maybe seniors maybe have to guide us, especially youngsters and all the associations. Now more and more states are coming up with their own associations. It's a very good move, but at the same time, a collaborative effort, as you rightly mentioned, at the national level and international level, that will pave way to bright future of our profession, as you rightly mentioned. So hope let's have a positive and constructive outlook, and maybe with the efforts, joint efforts of entire social work fraternity, hope we will see maybe drastic changes as we are aspiring, like Lavaniji has already mentioned. Maybe all these might be soon a reality for us. As we have seen, especially this database has also been partly done, but maybe we all feel a perspective of this, because not everything is accessible, at least. So maybe the database might be there partially or completely, but the inaccessibility is making a sense of lack of such resources. Maybe those who are into these resources, those who have put their efforts, can share resources, and we can have an integrated portal where we can access. Now everyone can contribute. Why leaving someone? Let student also register themselves on a social work portal like Facebook or something. We can have very interactive, dynamic portal where social work education, social work institutions, social work professional associations, and students, research scholars, everyone, let's join and have a very constructive platform where we can share and discuss. Maybe I think we need to work on creating such a platform where we can have a free say on everything, so that we can widely discuss on this. So that's what I understand, and I look forward. Thank you, Lavaniji. It was great insights listening to you. And dear friends, if you have any queries, feel free to unmute yourself and share, or you can use chat box as well. Quickly, we can take one or two. Then our next speaker is already on the panel.
Sir, just I want to compliment Dr. B.T. Lavani sir for his wonderful speech. Just I wanted to ask one thing, sir. Just what we found in every district, there is a district social welfare officer post. But most of the posts occupied by the non-social workers.
Yes.
If we make a change, district social welfare officer be appointed as social worker, then we can make a change in all other things.
Yes,
Second thing, the social work post already created. For example, many medical institution medical social worker, after their retirement, that post is not filled up.
Yes.
In prisons, probation officers by social worker not filled up. I think that whatever post created, we are unable to fill it up. I think that one thing all of us jointly need to take it up. This I want to highlight it, sir. And the first time I'm meeting you.
Thank you.
I'm happy, happy to meet you, sir.
We'll meet sometime.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, sir. And thank you for accepting our invitation and joining us. And we wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future also. Thank you, sir. Again, and happy Social Work Day month to all our fraternity.
Yes, sir. Same to you. Same to you.
So we will move on to our next session. We have with us Dr. E. Sinu G, additional professor of Department of Psychiatric Social Work, NIMHANS, Bangalore, and his areas of research and interest is children and women with substance use and community and group interventions, social work research and training, and social work interventions in neurology. Sir would be delivering his session on palliative care for chronic neurological conditions. We welcome you, sir. You can start your audio, video, and presentation. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the introduction. Just to try to share my screen. Yeah, no slides are visible, sir. So can you see the slide?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah, good evening to you all. We had a wonderful session by Dr. B.T. Lavani. Let me see how much I can do justice for this presentation. So do you want to give me a break for the participants? Continuously, they have been listening for last 2 hours. You want to have a break for 10 minutes or is it okay? Shall we continue with the presentation?
We shall continue, sir, as this is virtual. Everyone has their flexibility.
Because mental health of the participants is very important, you know.
Yes,
I'll see as much as possible to make it interesting, this presentation. When we talk about palliative care, first thing comes to our mind is cancer or HIV. So this concept has been associated with the HIV and cancer, but it is very important to know palliative care is not only for cancer patients or HIV, any disease or any chronic nature of the disease. We will see the application of palliative care in chronic neurological conditions. Myself, Dr. E. Sinu, additional professor, Department of Psychiatric Social Work, NIMHANS, Bangalore. I am working as a psychiatric social work consultant in neurology. Global burden of neurological disorders. Neurological disorders recognized as most leading cause of death and disability. It is the second leading cause of death worldwide. Their contribution to global burden continue to increase. So more burden is in low and middle income countries. There is 39% increase in death by neurological disorders. Every year, 276 million people have disability adjusted life years due to neurological disorders. So worldwide, only 20 countries have well integrated palliative care into their healthcare system. So palliative care services at hospital for neurological conditions in Western countries and in developing countries are very limited, especially in India. So the common neurological disorders which require palliative care, such as stroke, Alzheimer's disease, other dementia, Parkinson disease, motor neuron disease, Duchenne muscular dystrophy, SSP, subacute panencephalitis, mitochondrial disease. These are the disorders which require palliative care. Now, if you look at the nature of the neurological disorder, most of the neurological disorders are abrupt in onset. And caregiver burden is present in the family members. Cure is not available in many neurological conditions. And the nature of the illness is chronic nature. Most of the neurological disorders are disabling and deteriorating. Certain neurological disorders are fatal and life-limiting conditions. And a few neurological disorders are progressive in nature. And few neurological disorders are unfavorable prognosis. Because of this nature of neurological disorders, palliative care is essential for these patients. Now, though most of the neurological disorders are incurable, which does not mean that there is no intervention. Intervention can be provided.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. The slides are not moving, sir.
Oh, slides are not visible, sir.
No, they are visible, but we are still on first slide. Now on sixth slide, sir.
Okay, now can you see slides are moving?
Yes, sir. On seventh slide.
Okay, right. Yeah, right. So now interventions can be provided ranging from treating the symptoms, symptom reduction, symptom relief, arresting an attack, slowing the disease progression, complete cure of the disease, then circumventing the functional disability, providing support to patient and family. See, most of the onset of neurological disorders are sudden and could be fatal if untreated. Recovery process is insidious, and most neurological disorders are treatable. Many of the survivors are left with serious neurological deficit and disability after the incidence of the illness. Now, looking at the palliative care meaning, now, as I said earlier in my introduction, like palliative care can be provided any disease, whatever may be the disease, however may be the advanced stage it is, whatever the treatment is already given, there is always something we can do to improve the quality of life to the patient. Now, palliative care WHO defines as care of patients with any active, progressive or advanced disease for whom the focus of care is relief from the pain or psychological suffering, and prevention of suffering and improve their quality of life. Now, what are the goals of palliative care? To provide relief from pain, other physical symptoms, to maximize the quality of life, to provide psychosocial and spiritual care, to support the family during the patient illness and bereavement. Now, I would like to demonstrate on case vignette how palliative care is applied in neurological conditions. A 38-year-old female from rural background diagnosed with young onset Parkinson's disease, and she is activities of daily living is dependent and referred to the psychiatric social work team from inpatient setting to break the bad news. Her illness condition not improving and symptoms are getting worsened. This was her second admission in the hospital. Then after our psychosocial assessment, we found that there was a family history of Parkinson's disease in her elder sister, and she passed away. And she is having two children, and the family is in the stage of with the school going children, and she is hailing from lower socioeconomic status, and her parents were living in Bangalore, and she was living in Mysore, which was 150 kilometers away from Bangalore. Once in 3 months, she will be in her parents' house for the care, and grandmother was the caregiver because patient married to maternal uncle. Husband stopped going to work to take care of the patient. So there was financial constraint because husband stopped going, and when we offered whether they are ready to place the patient in institution, and the husband was not willing to keep her in institution based palliative care, and so doctors have communicated her expected life years of 1 to 2 years. Now this was
Sir, we can't hear, sir. Dr. Sinu, sir. I think maybe some network problem. Let's wait for sir to reconnect. Sir, now you can try, sir, with other ID.
Yeah. Can you see my slides?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Yeah. So we assess the patient family needs and address the caregiver burden, communicated the prognosis to husband, then identified the surrogate decision maker who will take decision on her behalf of her health condition. Then advanced care planning was introduced. Patient spouse was very supportive to her, and patient has become bedridden, less communicative. They want to keep her at home and want to be her, wants her to be with them till her death. So then end of life care issue was briefly addressed in this patient. So coming to brief history of palliative care neurology, in 1996, American Academy of Neurology, Ethics and Humanities Subcommittee made recommendation to neurologists to apply the palliative care principles for neurological patients with neurological conditions, as many neurological patients die after a period of prolonged illness. Then the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education requires neurology residents to receive instruction in end of life and palliative care. This was the starting point of palliative care in neurology. After that, many articles have appeared regarding importance of palliative care in neurological conditions. Now, what are the components of palliative care? We identify the palliative care need in patients, then assess the patient needs and family needs, and we address the caregiver burden, breaking the bad news using spike model, communicating the prognosis, advanced care planning, and end of life care issue. These are the components of palliative care. Advanced care planning. What is it? Advanced care planning. Advanced care planning means a patient's to record their end of life values, preferences, including their wishes to be fulfilled, future treatment, and whatever they want to avoid it. It includes encouraging patients to appoint healthcare proxy who will make decision on behalf of them, surrogate decision maker, facilitating discussion between the patient and their proxy about their wishes in the event of serious illness, and documenting these discussions. Yeah, hospice care and end of life care go parallel with palliative care. Hospice care is a special kind of care that focuses on the quality of life for people and their caregivers who are experiencing advanced life-limiting illnesses. Hospice care provides compassionate care for people in the last phase of incurable disease so that they may live as fully and comfortably as possible. Yeah, so hospice care refers to end of care provided to the patient with a life expectancy of 6 months or less. Hospice care aims to make their remaining time with us comfortable and meaningful as possible. This may mean pain relief, nursing care, but also includes emotional support and help with everyday tasks. End of life care, the needs of the family, friends, caregiver also taken into account. So hospice care recognizes that loved ones are also on a difficult journey and may benefit from the support, psychological support, expert advice that we can provide. Right. Yeah, coming to elements of palliative care, integrated teamwork. Now in our hospital we have neurologists, social workers, psychologists, nurses. Then we have full-time palliative care team dedicated managing their physical and pain symptoms, holistic care, caring and compassionate and skilled providers, timely and responsive care, patient and preparing the family. Right. So what are the principles affirming the life regarding dying as a normal process? Neither we fasten the death or postponing the death. So preparing them for a death. Providing relief from the pain and distressing symptom, integrating the psychological and spiritual aspect of the care, offering a support system to help the patient to live as actively as possible until the death. So what are the indicators of palliative care? When you can provide palliative care? If you see these conditions, 3 or more conditions in a patient, then you can start providing palliative care. You can do the referral to the palliative care team. Activities of daily living dependency, advanced stage of illness, burden among the caregiver, bedridden, reduced oral intake, food intake, urinary incontinence, chronic nature of the illness, cognitive decline, for example, in dementia patient, deterioration conditions, disabling, degenerative conditions like Parkinson, progressive nature of illness, incurable nature of illness, life-limiting neurological conditions, loss of functions, poor prognosis, muscle mass decline, they are not responding to the active treatment, then the illness is progressing rapidly, there's a speech problem, unable to communicate their needs, then swallowing difficulty, then disease-directed treatment are no longer wanted or beneficial, uncertain recovery, then uncertainty of living, weight loss in the last 6 months, 10%. If you see these conditions in any neurological patients, we can start providing the palliative care. So now there are two types of models of palliative care. In old model, disease-directed model, what happened? They will not start the prognosis when like 6 months before the death of the patient only they will provide palliative care. Now what in the new integrated model, what it says, the moment diagnosis is made, we know that there is a cure for the illness or the patient will improve or not. So then we can start providing the palliative care the moment diagnosis is made. No need to wait for it. So we have enough time. Then in that integrated model, after the death of the patient also, social workers have a role in addressing the bereavement of the family members. So this was not there in the old model, traditional model of palliative care. So that is the thing. Yeah. So what are the barriers in implementing the palliative care in hospital setting? Because there are no bed availability for exclusively for a palliative care. Already there is a shortage of bed for the other patients, inpatient. Very difficult to allot bed for only palliative care. Then there is no insurance coverage for people who are under the palliative care. Clinician awareness, neurological condition, certain condition of people, they also need palliative care. Then there is a lack of trained professional in neurological setting. In India, as of now, 7 to 8 hospitals only appointed social worker in neurological setting. For example, NIMANS has almost more than 10 social workers. Then JIPMER has social worker in neurology department. Then AIMS. Then in Kerala, Sri Chitra Kirinal and Thrissur Medical College and CMC Vellore. So only few hospitals in neurology setting employ social workers. Yeah, we need to, as Lavani sir said, BT Lavani sir, there's a lot of scope in hospitals, especially for medical social work. In neurology, we have palliative care. So then the dearth of palliative care policy in India, Kerala has a state palliative care policy, and Maharashtra has state palliative care policy. Very few states has state level palliative care policy, but we don't have as of now national level palliative care policy. So these are like these are the palliative, how we can provide faces different ways, like palliative care, then end of life care, terminal care. So I'll conclude my presentation. Palliative care in neurology is in its infant stage. It can be provided in any limited resource setting or in a home or community or institution, any low resource setting, home or community or institution. And there is a limited awareness about palliative care. for chronic neurological disorders among social work trainees and neurology trainees and other healthcare providers. So at NIMANS, we started palliative care in 2021 with CSR fund from the CIPLA Foundation, pharmaceutical company. Under CSR fund, they were provided. So palliative care services are provided for both inpatient and outpatient. On an average, 4 to 5 outpatient who refer to psychiatric social work conditions require palliative care. And any given point of a time, minimum 10 inpatient require palliative care in neurological setting. So persons with chronic neurological disorders often have limited access to palliative care. There's a strong felt need to increase the awareness level and among social workers to provide palliative care for chronic neurological disorders. And the medical social workers have a lot of scope and they play a vital role in neuropalliative care. So thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah, any discussions, 1 or 2 questions, I can take it up.
Thank you, Dr. Sinuji. It was a really very touching presentation, because palliative care itself, hospice care, that's a great noble service.
Yeah.
Where people are counting their last days, and we are trying our best to keep them happy. That's a great initiative. In fact, that is one of the great noble service we can offer to the departing souls. Very well presented, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We'll take few queries before we conclude.
Yeah. I made the presentation very brief so that we can have discussion.
Yes, sir. It was very simple. Friends, you can unmute yourself or raise your hand, or you can share in chat box if you have any queries. Mary, you can unmute yourself. Yes.
Good evening, sir.
Yeah,
I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to express my opinion. Sir, I remember my days in Kidwai Hospital with Janet Madam. So when I was in the next compound of NIMANS with Janet Madam, we worked with cancer patients. So that brought a lot of memories when you was telling, sir. And my uncle also died with cancer. So I've seen many times your presentation live in NIMANS. So you're a great speaker, I know, sir, but first time I'm seeing you online. Yes, I've heard from Raghunathan sir, Parthasarthi sir, and Dhanasekaran Pandian sir that Sinu sir is a very good speaker. I've seen you live, that plenary sessions and all in ICSWSRDISASD, I've seen, sir. So today also you did a great job. So this topic is very touching to me. We also run Cancer Foundation. Our family runs on my uncle's name, sir. We help poor cancer patients. So it is more relating to me, sir. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Take care, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary, for sharing your insights. Anyone else would like to share? You can unmute yourself voluntarily, or you can raise your hand. And the palliative care or hospice is not just for cancers. As
any disorder, any disease.
So often there is a misconception also regarding that it is only for cancer, but no, there are many terminal illness. For that we can use these hospice services. So it's very much required, because nowadays nuclear families and no one to take care, and again if something happens to our elders, it's a great burden, unfortunately, on the working family members. So it's a great opportunity where they are also being taken care of, and we can also contribute to that. So that's a very great wonderful opportunity that palliative services have come into existence. And really a very nice presentation, sir, from you. You have, as we know you, as a very down to earth, very humble person. You choose a topic also very close to your heart. That itself, portrays that you are so kind-hearted, compassionate. Your topic also reflects that. Thank you, sir, once again for joining us and accepting our invitation.
Opportunities.
Thank you, sir. We wish you all the success and look forward for more sessions in future.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
There is Ashok. You can unmute yourself if you have any query. Quickly, we can take one.
Sir, good evening, sir. It's a very informative session about hospice care and palliative care. And recently, that myself, I am Ashok Kori. I am working as a psychiatric social worker in Demands Hospital, Dharwad. We had a 1 week residential health camp for the hospice care here in one Majetia Foundation working in the Hubli. And we have done totally 3 organizations worked for the health camp for 1 week. And in that, I came to know a lot of things about psychosocial aspects and even need of the social work interventions also. I even conducted one stress management for the caregivers of the patients there. And in your presentation, I came to many things, sir, also. And in future, I need some more inputs about the palliative care, sir. And I am very thankful to attend all the dignitary sessions, Dr. Lavani, sir, and Professor Gandhidas, sir, and others. Very, very, very informative sessions, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. Thanks, Ashok. Thanks for joining. Yeah, and thanks for the information.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
And somebody, Mariam Vada Inusha, she wanted to ask some question, I think.
Yeah, Mariam, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, unmute.
Mariam ji.
Yeah, fine, sir. So I think there are no questions.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, Mariam, please. Yeah.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Mariam Wada from Nigeria, Kaduna. I'm a medical social worker practicing in a psychiatric hospital. This presentation, I really love it and I like it. It's straightforward. If I may like to have a copy sent to my email, I really appreciate it. And I appreciate the content. Thank you very much.
Thank you. From Malaysia, right?
From Nigeria.
Nigeria. Oh, okay. Right. Thank you. Thanks for the compliment. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Ashokji, for sharing your feedback. So thank you once again, sir, for joining us and accepting our invitation. And we look forward for more sessions in future. And a special thanks to Ranganathan ji for sharing your contact. And we had the opportunity to listen to you.
Yeah,
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we will move on to our next speaker for the day. So the next speaker will be joining in short time. So we'll move on to Dr. Meena. So we have with us Dr. Meena Ogbanga. She is Associate Professor from River State University, Port Harcourt, River State, Nigeria, Africa. She is also founder, CEO for Center for Development Support Initiatives, Nigeria. She would be presenting on history of social work in Nigeria, trends, challenges, and opportunities. Over to you, okay. Dr. Meena. Welcome. You can start your audio, video.
Thank you so much. Yes, I hope you can hear me. I need to be sure of that.
Yes, everybody we can hear you. You can start your video also.
Okay, so
start your presentation.
Okay, so I want to see how I send the. I'm trying to. Can I get a second? I'm trying to use a tool to see if I can send the presentation on this. It was what I was trying to do before your call came in. Okay, so 1 minute, everybody. I will just send this presentation out again to be sure that let me be sure. Look, I'm trying to send it immediately. Please, a minute. Okay, so I'll be speaking on the history of social work and you know how we have evolved specifically in Nigeria, and you know we'll be talking about you know how all the different steps that has been taken to ensuring that social work is where it is today. And it's a very it's interesting to know that it has evolved through a lot of phases, and I'll be sharing those phases with you as well, so that you will see how far we have evolved in the process. And social work for Nigeria, in spite of the expansion that takes place here and there, we still find out that a lot needs to be done in terms of you know social work and its presence across Nigeria, because in a lot of ways we are seeing that just recently we had our social work bill passed into law. Thank God for that. We had our social work bill, bill passed into law, which now has given us some sense of authenticity, and and that is the basis on which we're able to communicate as much as we are doing currently. Otherwise, it was a very, very big and tough fight, because for many, many years since the beginning of social work, it has not received any form of national recognition. Yet, so many people are carrying out various activities as social workers. So many people are doing different things, but it had not yet received the due recognition. So it came to us as something to really celebrate, that we are able to talk about having a social work bill. Now we have a council of social work, that is functional now. We just had a council not too long, not how many months ago, barely how many months ago, that is working now. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to share this slide with you, and I hope that you can see as much as you can manage to see the slide. And I will be taking you through this. I'll be speaking a lot to the slide, as against just reading through it, to tell us about social work and its existence. If there are any questions, of course, our facilitator will guide us. Thank you for the organizers. Thank you for everybody for putting this together. I have been a very, very strong beneficiary of all what has been happening in the past conference and in this current one. It has been a very strong learning experience. I wish I could comment on each and every presentation that has been done so far. So it is my hope that we get empowered to be able to go back to our classrooms, to our communities, and carry out some more significant activities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me at this session. So we're talking about the history of social work in Nigeria, the trends, the challenges, and opportunities as presented by me. And so, in the general overview, we're going to be looking at understanding the history of social work in Nigeria, and it's paramount for us to look at that overview. So understanding the history of social work in Nigeria is of paramount importance, to all the practicing and training social workers in the country. You cannot give what you don't have. And if you don't know where you're coming from, it's unlikely that you will know exactly where you want to go to. So it will, understanding this history of social work, it will arm social workers with knowledge of how social work evolved. It will also serve as an inspiration in handling some contemporary social problems. And then to a large extent, the work also focuses on historical background of social work, and in Nigeria, from the pre-colonial, of course, through the colonial to the post-colonial era. And it also looks at how social work evolved from indigenous practice of the traditional society to modern Western social work practice. So these are the kind of things that we're looking at in the course of this presentation. It is just, I'm absolutely certain that every country here represented on this international conference also has, a semblance of its own history in terms of how social work evolved. So this is from the Africanization point of view. So, so what about let's start with the pre-colonial Nigeria. The pre-colonial Nigeria At that time, modern social work as a profession, is relatively recent in Nigeria. So, but you know that the indigenous social work practice has been in existence in Nigeria prior to the advent of colonialism. That's why we're dealing with the pre-colonial period. And this pre-colonial Nigerian society accommodated a social welfare system that was well understood and practiced by its members, in meeting their social needs. So as at that time, the pre-colonial era, customary arrangements, and institutional provisions for like organizing or mobilizing or administering and coordinating various forms of assistance to the poor or needy, they all existed, among the various ethnic communities. Centuries before colonization, meaning that Africans, for example, they already had a system in place for indigenization and for carrying out their different activities prior to the colonial era. So the social structure of the traditional Nigerian society is a web of relationships by blood or marriage, which made everyone his brother's keeper. You see, so people live together in harmony, relative harmony, if I put it that way, with a good sense of belonging, solidarity, and affinity. And it was a caring communal system that was eager to ensure that no one was deprived of the basic necessities of life. So, in the pre-colonial era, there was a lot in terms of communal living, togetherness, and that was a strong part of what existed as at that time. Now, so social work was not just practiced as an independent profession by a group of trained professionals as we have it now today, but it was a value system imbibed by all. It was a system that everybody just imbibed as the way to go. There were responsibilities allocated to every member of the society, thereby, making everyone an informal social worker as at that time. And unlike the nuclear family system of maybe husband, wife, and children of Western society, which seem to be, gradually penetrating African society today, the pre-colonial Nigeria society had extended families that included your grandparents living so close to themselves. So there was an unrivaled reciprocal obligation of family members towards one another. Members used to nurture, they used to share resources, they socialize and educate one another within the family. That was something that they did and did very well as at that time. So the pre-colonial system, the system provided social welfare services, so whether it's aid and support to its members. So one of the factors I said in the pre-colonial era is that ability for communal living, that ability for caring. They take responsibility and control of the upbringing of the child. So one person's child is everybody's child, in a sense, who retain their name and all their privileges forever. So also the older people were not left out because care of older adults was the responsibility of all young members in the extended family. So it's not in the era where we have older persons being neglected in a lot of ways, which is what made us to push for the older people's law, which has been, older people's bill, which has now been passed into law. It is mandatory on all these, on all those who are young in a family to make provision for older adults of the family, not minding whether he or she is biological parents or not. So failure to cater for an aged parent is an abomination, back then among various ethnic groups in Nigeria. The extended family was dealt with deviant behaviors. They dealt with deviant behaviors through, counseling or corporal imposition of restorative penalties. So furthermore, you see that kinship groups, they met the recreational or religious or legal and economic needs of their members. They served as social security and social welfare agencies, providing for the elderly or the sick. Invariably, what this means is it continuously states, it continuously reiterates, and it continuously emphasizes that there was a lot in terms of communal living in the pre-colonial era. So let's take a typical tribe, which is the Igbo. So I want to just do a short analysis of the traditional pre-colonial Igbo social structure, which reveals the existence of a wide variety of familial and kinship organizations and networks. They understand at that time, they understand they undertake the task of providing both material and non-material assistance to the needy. The Igbos are one of the key tribes in Nigeria. You have the Ijos, you have the Igbos, you have the Hausa, you have the Yoruba. Igbos are one key, and I'm just using them as a case study to describe how deeply they were entrenched in communal living. Some of these institutional arrangements as at that time, for those who may understand this language, you have things like Umunne, Ezinaulo, Umunna. All these are just trying to tell you the age grades, the age groups that used to work together. Now, depending on the nature of the need or disability, the different groups had the primary responsibility of meeting the needs of their members or soliciting the assistance of other relevant societal organs when they need when the need was beyond its capability. So also the Ezenau law, often translated as a compound, consists of the man, his wives, children, and any other dependents. No, literally, that is, it means family. So the Ezenau law is essentially a production and consumption and caring units. It also seeks external helps when issues they face are beyond it. This is just using the Igbos, one of the tribes of Nigeria, to describe how closely knit their institutional processes were, and then that was one of the observations that were made to just support my case of pre-colonial existence of social work. Now, the nature and structure of the pre-colonial Nigerian society along its welfare system made it impossible for some of the present-day social problems to be witnessed. This is because it was comprehensive, it was all-encompassing and natural to the people. So, for instance, problems such as single parenting, child abandonment, neglect of widows, etc., which are commonplace today, were almost non-existent then due to the polygamous and extended nature of families, and due to the way they supported each other, you see. So, as time went on, social work practice in pre-colonial Nigerian society took a new shape with the introduction of Islam in northern Nigeria between the 10th and 11th century. And then the coming of Islam introduced a new order of social relations based on Islamic principles. This brought about new sets of social problems. You see, for instance, the educational system that came along with Islam introduced the problem of al-majiri, the Islamic students who survive on begging. It prescribes a wide circulation and sharing of wealth, expertise, and commodities. So I hope that this process is being recorded, because it's very essential that it's important for us to record so that we have some of these backups. So it prescribed those circulation, and that's exactly what was happening way back then. So while the Zakat system dominated social work practice in northern Nigeria, indigenous social work practice was maintained in the south until the advent of colonialism. So you see the indigenous social welfare system and the Zakat system in the north. So the breakdown in social, political, and economic organizations brought about by colonialism weakened the traditional structure, and the traditional social structure in Nigeria, and it created changes which fostered more and more modern social problems, you see. So as we evolved, new issues evolved along with it, and we're supposed to find out new solutions to those new issues. Now, according to Omolewa and Kazim, colonialism and Western civilization fostered social problems such as drug and alcohol abuse, burglary, robbery, material accumulation, sex work, prostitution, truancy in schools, poor parenting, single parenting certificate, and white collar crimes. So what one might ask is, do we return to the pre-colonial times? Should we go back to the pre-colonial times? That was the question, because at that time, people had values that they protected very seriously. Now, so social work during the colonial era, having understood how the pre-colonial era was and then the emergence of Islam, I want to take a brief look at the colonial era. The history of modern social work in Nigeria can be traced to the activities of Christian missionaries, like in the late 19th century, who came along with Portuguese and British colonial masters to, proselytize Nigerians. So Thomas Birch Freeman, established the first Christian mission in Nigeria. That was in 1842. And between 1842 and 1900, several missions, including the Church Missionary Society and Salvation Army, all were established. So these missionaries, they established schools which were not where knowledge of the Bible, singing of hymns, chanting of psalms, and reciting of denominational catechism predominated. And they also established health facilities. So these social services were primarily to lure more converts into Christianity, and in return, the trained converts were hired to expand missionary activities. So, however, social work in Nigeria advanced to a more professional activity following the World War I, which brought alongside more complex social problems that required professional social work intervention. Now, the lifestyle of the returning soldiers from both world wars became a negative influence to the young people who copied not only the returnees' dress code, but also engaged in other deviant practices such as smoking, drug and alcohol abuse, including prostitution. This was when the returning soldiers came back after the war. So the Salvation Army and the Green Triangle Group were in the forefront of Western social work in Nigeria, as they established various programs and activities aimed at, assisting those delinquents who were being influenced by the way of life of the returning soldiers. See how the trend was. And the Salvation Army established industrial schools where delinquent children were sent for training and readjustment. So while the Green Triangle established boys and girls clubs where talents and potentials of the individual delinquents were addressed. So these were in addition to the reformatories run by the Roman Catholics at Bairagri, which is one of the places in Lagos State. Now, the British colonial government launched its first piece of social welfare legislation with the 1886 Guardianship of Infants Act. You see, so this was followed by other acts and ordinances that sought to cater for the welfare of the people, such as free services for the disabled, the establishment of boys' club to prevent delinquency among rural urban migrants, as well as the establishment of remand homes. So one problem, we've tried to find solution. One solution evolved into another problem. So these were the things that were going on during that period. And as we come close to the end, we said that, however, there was need to ensure that the newly introduced social welfare system was scientific and compatible with the rising problems of migration, economic crisis, and discrimination or prejudice that existed. So also considered were the specific context of the North and the South needs. So this owes to the fact that problems obtainable in the North were not same as those obtainable in the South. We talked about the zakat in the North, we talked about indigenous practices in the South. So the cultural attributes of both geographical territories differed and therefore had enormous impact on their interactional patterns like gender relations, political structures, etc. Another instance is the impact of slave trade, which was more pronounced in the South than in the North, and at that time. So as a result of these emerging social problems outlined earlier, there was need to apply more organizations to the social work practice introduced by the missionaries. You see, so everything began with a problem. Every issue we're trying to address at the pre-colonial, colonial, even post-colonial, were all targeted at addressing problems. So this opened up space for volunteerism, because when they wanted us to work more with the missionaries, many more people, qualified or not, were brought in as volunteers. So hence the blend of economic and social development as the basis to assess how developed a society is. So in retrospect, the depression of the 1930s and World War II occasioned the need for serious social welfare concerns across the colonies of Africa. The Colonial Welfare Act was passed in 1940 with particular focus on labor and child welfare, as well as sanctions against labor for children under 14 years of age. So in 1942 now, the first Department of Social Welfare was created, and its scope expanded to include juvenile court services and screening of applications of juveniles traveling to Equatorial Guinea and the rest of the places. So this was the Colonial Welfare Act that was focused on seeing how we bring change to social work. Now, Mr. Donald Faulkner, an established social worker from the prison department, was appointed as the first welfare officer to preside over social development and welfare within the British colonies. Now, in carrying out his responsibilities, Mr. Faulkner employed the services of some members of the Green Triangle and other earlier social welfare service volunteers, which include, Mensa Bobe and Jegede and a lot of others, and Miss Bob Manuel, later Mrs. Bankole Wright, amongst others. So the Native Children, that is the Custody and Reformation Ordinance, was also passed, and Salvation Ministry Home reverted by the government also. So summarily, formal social work started in Nigeria in the early 1940s as a form of humanitarian work and philanthropy for young Nigerians in Lagos, as a response to observed human suffering and misery occasioned by the ongoing World War II, as said by Jack in 1988. So, so social work in Nigeria, let's talk about the post-colonial. We looked at the pre-colonial, we're going to be looking at the colonial, we'll now look at the post-colonial. So since independence, Nigeria gained independence in 1960, the scope of social work problems in Nigeria has increased in all ramifications. The Civil War, brought with it many problems that the traditional welfare institutions and the existing government social services could not handle. So thus necessitated more government attention, where government now played some more critical role. The federal government in 1970, for example, invited the United Nations, and this led to the creation of a separate and totally independent Ministry of Social Development, Youth, Sports, and Culture in Nigeria. And the ministry was responsible for the coordination of social development activities in Nigeria. The federal government also came up with a national policy on social development tagged the Social Development Policy for Nigeria. That is in 1989. It is an honor to be able to share with you Nigeria's progress so far, in social work, So a separate advisory committee on education produced a report titled The Mass Education in African Society, which emphasized the importance of mass education and adult literacy programs as effective instruments for promoting community development and welfare in the colonies. So the acceptance and implementation of this report led to the movement of community development units from social welfare to the Ministry of Education or local governments in the provinces and states, a practice which remained until 1967 for those who were born at that time, So since then, many groups of therapeutic purposes were established in Nigeria. For example, we have the remand homes established. We have the approved schools. On the other hand, also in the residential established, we had the approved schools which are primarily for hardened delinquents. Social welfare agencies were also established. These various establishments, they resulted to an increased need for professional social workers to manage and organize the various social welfare agencies in the country. So, however, the practice was not sustained because methods of administration of Western social welfare systems acquired by the returning social workers were criticized for lacking applicable relevance to indigenous social context. So there was then the need to integrate indigenous social welfare practices to the Western system so as to make it relevant to local content. You see, into the local context. So we cannot dwell on utilizing international or Western products and services. So this led to the establishment of the various levels of training institutions, such as the Federal School of Social Work in Enugu State and the Social Development Institute. And these two established institutions offer certificate courses in social work so that they can incorporate indigenous social work practices. So evidencing the failure of social work in not just Nigeria alone, but other third world countries, was the 1968 meeting of Third World Nations social welfare ministers convened by the United Nations. The resultant effect of this meeting was the coming of Dr. Shoki to Nigeria in 1970. Shoki he studied the social space of Nigeria and re-emphasized the need for social workers to be trained, engaged, and professionalized for the purpose of the country's social development. Now, based on Shoki's report, the federal government established social work programs in 1976 in the Department of Sociology and Anthropology, Faculty of the Social Sciences, University of Nigeria in Nsukka. Now, the program aimed specifically or principally to train and produce middle-level manpower who can run the social welfare departments in the ministries. And it began with undergraduate diploma programs, of course, and grew. So the social work unit acquired a sub-departmental status in November 2001, and later a full-fledged department in 2006. So those were those critical moments for us in social work. I've told you clearly the evolution process and how we came to where we are today. Now, we'll see that establishing universities, was something else. We talked about establishing, the University of Benin established its social work department. We talked about the 5-year undergraduate program that was done by the other departments. And then, of course, the University of Jos also established a BSW program, and that was in 1990s as well, and started their postgraduate program in 2006. So in 2004, the revised version of the social development policy for Nigeria was established. This newer version has a subsection on social work education and training under the section of the social welfare services. And it states, among other things, that social work education and training has a task of producing various levels of manpower, capable of applying professional knowledge and planned, skilled intervention in the various areas. So this is something that came up very, very strongly. So the social problems and social welfare delivery in Nigeria have evolved. It has evolved. Sorry, I went off a bit. Now, social problems and social welfare delivery in Nigeria has evolved to a stage which requires proper handling by social workers, so who are adequately trained and equipped with the necessary knowledge, skills, orientation, and the social work in Nigeria has continued to experience a steady growth. More and more professionals are being trained and on a regular basis, and this has led to the formation of various social work associations in Nigeria, which include the Nigerian Association of Social Workers or the Association of Medical Social Workers in Nigeria and the Nigerian Association of Social Work Educators. So presently, a bill on professionalizing social work has just been passed, in the House of Assembly, and after being denied assent by the president. So it's an exciting news to know that this bill has been passed. So what are the challenges and state of social work practice in contemporary Nigeria? So after independence, the new government in Nigeria made effort to sustain a social welfare agency, of the colonial administration. And among the introductions were the Social Security Act of 1961 for 55-year-olds and above, invalidity and survivors grants. All these were made. And then these mentioned services were among other social development innovations introduced after independence. However, one common denominator to these social care and protection innovations in Nigeria was the fact that they became moribund. So Ekpe and Mama, they argue that one factor that caused these social development innovations to become moribund were the inconsistencies of these social welfare services in relation to those who runs them. How should they be implemented and how should they be structured? Many countries are running very good social welfare process and social work process. So why not Nigeria? For instance, the 1974 decree established social welfare services was an integral part of the Social Development Directorate, while the Social Welfare Department finally began operations in 1989 with a different ministry, that's the Ministry of Culture and Social Welfare. And so the Social Welfare Department was charged with issues around coordination, training, and then of course execution of international casework, promotion of legislation on issues affecting social welfare in Nigeria, conduction of research on international matters affecting social welfare, and of course leading interactions with social welfare organizations at national and international level. So in addition to these reported activities, the political climate in Nigeria since 1960 complicated issues, where social work is concerned, and all these factors, stalled the social development initiative. So political inconsistencies, in particular, made poverty to be pronounced, which led to incessant rural-urban drift. So poor attention was given to the healthcare and social amenities as a result of the fact that those in political seats were much concerned with power as against the welfare of the people, decided to fall back on traditional welfare system. That is what happened. So successive Nigerian governments have also attempted to revive the social welfare issue and address this rural urban drift, but not yet done. And poverty and unemployment has been very key issues. So unlike in developed countries, like most of you may come from the developed countries, an account of most social work services is synonymous with social welfare in Nigerian context, which lies solely with the government. Hence, they decide to utilize the system at will and very often to their benefit. So in fact, social welfare projects, including basic social amenities in Nigeria, are used to score political points by the government and barely considered rights of the people. And that is where the line is drawn. So, this has crippled a lot in terms of social welfare system. And the consequences became that those channels remained sources of social care and protective services, while the government held on to the idea of utilizing such services for politics. So in another development, social workers in Nigeria face conflicts with other professionals who claim they do what social workers do. This owes largely to ignorance and the lack of professionalism sanctioned by law. Most ministries and agencies and parastatals in the three tiers of government were trained and qualified. They were trained and qualified social workers are supposedly prepared to occupy and managed by non-practitioners. So you see non-practitioners managing these processes. So although this is gradually changing, owing to the fact that in most federal healthcare facilities, social workers are currently employed, it is hoped that professionalism will extend the welcome development in healthcare facilities of the federal government to other sectors and areas of social work practice. Because the challenges of foster care, child abuse, and all those kind of things, rehabilitation, they continue to mediate and weigh down the coping capacities of the citizenry. So a regime of insecurity, from kidnapping in the southeast, militancy in the south, ethno-religious killings, terrorism, natural and spiritual disasters, presently threaten human existence in Nigeria. And all these are part of the issues we have to deal with. So empirical evidence is showing that a steady decline in Nigeria's government capacity to address the security and welfare challenges of our citizenry is key. So further, the decline in foreign donors, for example, lenders and policymakers referencing domestic conditions before help is offered to the Nigerian government seems not progressive for public welfare. So there are tribal sentiments and nepotism. So all these complex problems have so undermined the growth and development pace of social work in Nigeria that creating strategies to address some of these problems will be of help in advancing the success of the profession in Nigeria. But a lot has taken place. So in conclusion, I would say that every society is confronted with varying degrees of social problems, and social work is without a doubt an organized response to the various social problems confronting the people. This work has revealed how social work metamorphosed from the traditional practice of the pre-colonial Nigerian society, where the extended family or kinship system was a major institution of social intervention, to the colonial era where church missionary organizations were at the fore, and to the contemporary times where social welfare agencies of government and non-governmental organizations are championing the cause of social welfare. It shows that as Nigeria transits from simple sedentary and rural-based setting to a more complex organized social setting, it is confronted with a new order of social problems that require more social and scientific and social work approach. So today, I'm a professor of social work, basically because I was opportuned, to have the social work degrees, at postgraduate levels, which is the reason behind the success stories of many universities who are now having social work departments, you see. And so today we are redefining social work. We're trying to professionalize it. And with our council legislation that has taken place, it is our belief that many opportunities will be given to more people to actually practice proper social work, and they will be able to deliver nationally, locally, and internationally. And who knows, I'll be able to meet a lot of you who could come down here to also work with us, just like we would love to work with you all wherever you are. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to hear about Nigeria, hear about social work, and hear about our processes up until this point. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you, Dr. Meena, for sharing the history of Nigeria and trends and various challenges. It was very nice to know about the developments of social work in Nigeria. Very well presented. Thank you. And we wish you all the success. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'll be willing to respond.
Yeah. Dear friends, if you have any queries, quickly we can take 1 and 2, because already we are late. So you can unmute yourself if you have any queries, or you can use chat box. Yeah, Mary, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, ma'am. Actually, I thank Dr. Ravindra sir and Sri Holistic Health Foundation for giving me this opportunity to speak. Actually, I learned what is Nigeria social work. I don't know, but I learned a lot what is Nigeria social work, what is the importance, what is history. It's a lot of takeaway for me, ma'am. The session was like very impressive and a lot of informative.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, God bless you, ma'am. Take care.
Bless you more.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Dr. Meena. So we'll move on to our next session. So we have with us Dr. Chandrakala Diyali, Senior Assistant Professor, Amity University, Noida. She is also ACAP member and an international visiting faculty, Universitas Raspati, Indonesia. And she has a unique credit of first ever book on women of Sikhism, which was part of her minor project published by National Commission for Women. And, she regularly contributes a lot of research papers and, even on our platform also, she has presented various times. We welcome you, ma'am, for your presentation on social work in urban settings and the move towards sustainability. Over to you, ma'am.
Yeah, since it is already 10:10, so good evening to all of you. Good evening to Ravindra sir, the convener for organizing such beautiful program. This year 2023 World Social Work Day, the theme is respecting diversity through joint social action. So, my paper is on social work in urban setting. When we are talking about, I'll make it very brief. I will not elaborate because it's already too late. So, when we are talking about community, we are talking about, a group of people who are occupying common contiguous territory, possess a common set of traditions associated with their living together in that territory, and served by a set of local institutions in which the people are conscious of their common interest. So that means it's a group of people who are interacting with each other, who are communicating with each other, and who are interdependent. But there are, and then as a social worker, we work with different communities, different areas of social work is there, different communities are there. So by and large, I bifurcated the community into 7 parts. That's formal community, informal community, then urban community, rural community, global community, sectoral community, social space community. So today I'll be talking about urban community. So as far as urban community is concerned, very distinctive characteristics of urban community is it is large in terms of area and population, where density of population is high, and it is increasing every year at a very fast rate. And the other one is advance in science and technology. That means, we are already through 5 GB. So there is fast advancement of science and technology. The third one is favorable physical environment. So, why favorable? Because the government is, trying to invest more on, development of infrastructure, roads, railways, and every possible amenities in order to help the rural dwellers to have a very comfortable life. And that is the objective. Diverse culture, since it is the very important spectacular phenomena is it is a cosmopolitan, in nature. In the sense, it is diverse in nature. The last but not the least, and very important of all, is it has various other occupation except for, agriculture, which is very, very distinctive of rural areas. Yes. So, when we are talking about urban area, we are talking about, there is a lot of economic growth, there is improved living standard. But when we are trying to urbanize, at the same time, there is other side of the coin. That is, a lot of negatives are there because we are not able to, it's only because we are not able to manage it. We are not able to kind of, we are trying to build up everything in everything, and we are trying to make it inclusive as possible. But in that race, we are, the monitoring is missing. The proper monitoring process is missing. The proper qualitative, quality management is missing. So that's for the reason we are not able to give the best as far as urban development is concerned. I'm trying to make it very brief as possible. So I'm trying to brief out my PPT. So, and another thing is, as far as Indian context is concerned, we have 5 states which is home to majority of urban population. Yes, the first one on the top is Maharashtra, second is UP, third comes Tamil Nadu, West Bengal, and Andhra Pradesh. So as far as Maharashtra is concerned, 16 million people, thrives there, in Mumbai itself. So you can think about Maharashtra as a whole, which is next largest metropolitan region in the world after Kolkata, which is fifth largest. So it has its, kind of standing on the globe, on the global basis also. And then, see, as far as, population of urban areas is concerned, it's ever increasing, it's increasing at a very fast rate, though it ranges between, 2.39% to 2.15% as far as growth is concerned. But I'll give you the exact figure because I get to see a lot of students, attending, participating. So just for your information, so as far as 2018 is concerned, we had 34.47% of urban population in India. It rose to 34.93% in 2020, even though we had COVID during this time. So it increased, almost by, very surprising, almost by 2.29% it increased when we had a lot of receding population during COVID, a lot of population, they went back to rural areas, but still the figure shows by census that it has increased by, 2.29%. And as far as 2021, that is latest census is concerned, the urban population includes 35.39%. So that is an increase of 2.15% from 2020. Okay. So when we are talking about, now I was talking about the positive and negative. See, when we are trying to tell that, our country is becoming urbanized, our country is, now see, we take it as synonym, this urbanization, industrialization, modernization. But as per 74th Constitutional Amendment, as all of you know, 73rd is for the rural, local self-governance, that's Panchayati Raj Institute. But as far as 74th Constitutional Amendments is concerned, its objective is to give status and legal ground to municipalities. It provides 3 types of municipalities in all states of country. So, and it has 3 tiers, as in, PRI, that has 3 tiers as well. And that's, village panchayat, block samiti, and then Zilla Parishad. The same way, as far as urban areas is concerned, it has broad 3 tiers. That is, first one is Nagar Panchayat, where the rural areas is on a transitional phase towards, becoming urban areas. That's called Nagar Panchayat. That's been taken care by Nagar Panchayat. Now, the second is where there is smaller cities are there. So it is being taken care by municipal council. Municipal council. It takes the ownership of smaller cities in India, and the largest or bigger urban regions that are being taken care by municipal corporations. So these municipalities helps in making the urban area better for us to live. And yes, since our education since 29, 2010, right to education, when it comes to right to education, and, there's a universal education, So we talk about, giving the best of education facilities to all the children. So when we are talking about quality education, so people have this perception that urban areas has all the quality, as far as all the institutional services are concerned. It could be health institution, it could be, education, it could be any kind of institutions, per se. I mean, urban areas are supposed to have all that facilities, right? So because government is emphasizing, and rural area, since actually I'm talking about urban area today, to emphasize more on rural areas, because we have been ignoring what we already have, and rightly being said by, said by many scholarly people, that what we have to value in our life is what we already have. It might look very small, and we see the, the opposite, much greener, but rural areas, we have seen during COVID, era also, that, rural belt had much better, functioning as far as, human population is concerned. They were less affected. They could do away with the best of the food, because agriculture thrives there. So, agriculture is mainstream for the population there. So they had best of, traditional medicinal practices. So that's for the reason people in rural area could thrive. So, but when I'm talking about urban area, so see, there is legislation in place, there are everything in place. But what we have to emphasize is, when we are talking about SDG goal 11, it talks about making cities inclusive, safe, and sustainable in all sense, So that means inclusive and sustainability. It talks about two things, inclusivity and sustainability. So inclusivity, when we are talking about, that means every individual should be feeling a part of it. But do you think there are stark division as far as class is concerned? Those people are illiterate or underliterate people who are moving to the urban areas, are not getting enough in terms of different aspects of life. Economic opportunities less, skill development opportunities, or any kind of provision that are being given through different policy framework, that is not going to affect the have not. Why? Because they thrive, or they become squatters. They live in slums, they live in all unauthorized colonies. That's for the reason they don't get all that provisions, right? So when they are not getting all that provisions, what happens? So they don't come under the purview of all the provisions that are that would help them to improve on their life and living standard. So hence they become excluded. So when on earth we are towards SDG goal 11? So that is my big question. And see, when we are talking positive and negative of urbanization, we are talking about environmental sustainability at stake. First thing, social inequality, second, and urban planning and management, and impossible. Why? Because as far as environmental sustainability is concerned, it pains my heart every day I go through that mental trauma of seeing plastic all around. It's for the good reason, municipality has created a lot of drainage system, connected drainage system, but it is in a way negative. Why? Because those drains would, ultimately meet the river. So there is no percolation of, water down to recharge the underground water level. So hence our aquifer is drying up, right? Another thing is pollution. Solid waste management is a big challenge. And solid waste management wouldn't have been a big challenge if we had not produced non-biodegradable materials. Because God has been very, very kind, to make this earth a naturally recyclable, a naturally thriving, planet. But we human beings have become so intellectual to self-damage. Why? Because we have created something that is immortal, next to immortal. Because non-biodegradable materials like plastic, polythenes would take 500 years to exhaust, and that would also lead to a lot of repercussion. So we are drinking, eating microplastic. And, I was just in the morning itself, just to have more and more, knowledge to share, for this conference. I was just reading one research paper, and then, I got two information, very recent information, that even in placenta and even in infant and all, they could see in their blood microplastic, right? And in the bloodstream of pregnant women. Not only that, and another very good news is, I read that in Darjeeling, a group of people have come up with a plastics, which is biodegradable in nature. So big hats to the Gorkhas there. So I wish to see that same plastic being promoted by government, and that is what I'm longing to see, because this has become my mental agony for a very long time, that I'm using the plastic because it's freely available in the nature, and we can't do away, because everything we open up, everything we, small or big, we use in our household on daily basis has a packaging of plastic. So we don't have any positive thinking, or we can't even think that anything we are eating is absolutely pure, because if packaging is with plastic, that means that food, food is supposed to have microplastic, because when food, it comes in contact with plastic, it releases its chemical into it. So hence, every one of us are having microplastic in our bloodstream. So no one of us are healthy. That's for the reason we have many complications at very early age these days, and we are having high pressure and blood, blood sugar and all that has become. It has been given a name as this lifestyle disease, but lifestyle is to do with the eating as well. What we are eating every moment is filling up every bit of our body, cells of our body. So we've got to be careful. So now anything I have left. So when we are urbanizing, there are many changes. Noticeable and immediate change is that local means of subsistence as agriculture. That means, when we are shifting or transiting, to becoming urbanized area, that means our sustainable food source is depleting. We are trying to convert, and these days, if it is to do with development, we can, have a synonym of development is concretization, right? So that's how I define. I don't believe in the concept of development with which world believes. Concept of development should be development in agriculture, development is in green belt, development in good health, development of yogas, development of wisdom to eat best of the food, and not letting MLC to take over our indigenous food. So all these are the concept of development, but it is wrongly being placed. So we as intellect fools are following that pattern, and we are racing towards Western culture and Western ideology, which is very wrong. I do not feel any kind of, I do not mince my word to say that we are on the right path, wrong path. So first is we are letting go of our sustainable food source. The other one is move traditional, local services. That means we are moving out of the zone or periphery of local services, the local occupation that are depleting, such cottage industry, micro scale, businesses are receding. They are losing their jobs, because now highly commercialized technology is taking over, but even though present government is trying to promote MSME and all that, so that's great, that would help the cottage industry to kind of get promoted and boost up its business in the race for urbanization, modernization, industrialization, Then small scale, the third one is small scale industries are being replaced by modern industry, commerce, and now the fourth is now huge amount of resources that we have in our rural belt is being fast drawn away by urban areas. But for what purpose? For is commercialization, for trading the process and manufacturing goods, and the condition of manufactured goods. What has been great is, I get to see when I visit malls and all, I get to see many manufactured food products and all, and that would only add miseries to, I think I'm running out of time. So, sir, I'll just finish off after giving the solution, right, sir? Ravindra, sir, I know I am keeping track of the time. So a lot of this thing, health hazards is there with the manufactured goods. So whether urbanization is good for us or no, that is the time. This is the right time to rethink, reintrospect, and to take the urban areas towards sustainability. I would suggest promoting urban agriculture. First of all, every place should be sustainable in itself. Self-reliant, that present government is promoting, they are putting their thrust, is to do with even food source. We are not supposed to, become the consumer of the hard work, the hardship that is being done by the rural belt people. They should be having the right to best of the food that they are investing their mind and physical, labor into. So they should have good right to good food that they are producing. We should not be the sole. We should be self-reliant to produce our own food. That is my emphasis. Second is encouraging healthy diets. When we are encouraging healthy diets, we are looking for a good food. So looking out for the good food that would help every individual, every household to grow its own food. So that's for the reason terrace farming, vertical farming is growing in urban areas. So reducing and managing food waste. So we are wasting a lot of food because of the transportation from rural to urban areas, because of the storage inadequacy of, storage facility in urban areas. We don't have much of cold storage, and that would ruin the quality of the food also kept in cold storage. Next is boosting green spaces for healthy environment and improved lifestyles. So we've got to have, the green belt should not be the eyewash. Like in Noida, people, government is, Noida is getting every year, it's getting for the being cleaner and greener, but it is an eyewash, because I have done the survey here, every society is supposed to have some devotion of their land for green belt and all, but they are making basement after basement, double, triple story basement, and then they are not letting the rainwater percolate down. So hence, concretization is not only on the ground, but underground too. So it is drying up our aquifers. So reconnecting cities with surrounding rural areas. That means we are connecting with the rural areas in terms of food source, in terms of labor force, water supply, food, but we should be the one, should not be on the receiving or pooling, kind of community. We should be a giver as well to rural area. So what we can give is a lot of employment, not only, we should boost the agro-based industry, we should boost the agro-based industry so that agriculture would be developed. We should have a mechanization or devices developed in order to boost the agriculture in the rural area. We should have a mechanization and all that, which would help them to have organic farming, which would help them to grow natural farming. We should be able to give them the technology. And this is a good alarming or good message to biotechnology, students or faculty, whoever are attending this program, that when you are developing any kind of yield, any kind of technology, maybe it's a different kind of, high yielding varieties of crops and all, let our traditional and natural biodiversity be intact. So whatever you are, new technology you are infusing, let that natural and our indigenous food sources be intact. With this request, and in order to achieve the SDG 11, all that we have to do is to march towards sustainability, but with wisdom, with indigeneity, with, indigenous philosophy intact, intact. With this, I extend my thank you to Dr. Ravindra RM, sir, and Mary ma'am for co-coordinating the program. And thank you all the listeners, all the dignitaries who have presented beautiful papers and beautiful messages that you have given, tonight. Thank you to all. With namaskaram, I congratulate the convener and the whole team. Thank you so much. Namaskar. Over to you, Ravindra sir.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing, the practical problems of urban development and the kind of issues we are facing. And as you rightly pointed out, we need to rethink about our development That is what thousands, I mean, billions and millions of years Earth has survived. But due to our human activity, we, in the last 100, 200 years, we have brought the entire planet into the verge of destruction. So we need to rethink about all these aspects. And we hope the time has come now, because temperatures are constantly increasing. Even today, our Karnaka Reddy ji, who is from IMD, he also has shown the graphically how steadily the temperatures are rising and the kind of impact it is going to create. In March itself, we are seeing, almost temperatures are rising, and just imagine in the April, May, what could happen. And in the coming years, it would be very difficult for many of the species to survive. Already polar bears, penguins are facing extreme conditions, which, in the north and south poles, the temperature used to be minus 60 degrees. Now, you can imagine the temperatures are plus 20 degrees. 80 degrees difference. You can imagine what we have done to the planet. And soon we are, if we don't take a step back, then definitely it is going to create a huge impact, where already we have seen water levels have gone. And today, even today, villages, remote villages are buying this bottled water, which is abundant in plenty. And because of this rapid urbanization, industrialization, without proper planning and development, it has led to disasters. So we need to rethink. Development is also important, but not at the cost of planet. Tomorrow, yes, we can go ahead with this development, but tomorrow we will not be there. We will become extinct. So tomorrow, our future is also equally important with the development, and it should be sustainable development. That is what we all need to look forward. So thank you, ma'am. Congratulations once again. And thank you for joining us on this occasion. And we wish you all the success in your future endeavors. So we had two speakers, invited speakers. In fact, one is from my own department, Department of Social Work, Usmania University. Another was one of the collaborators, and she was also very closely associated with us. But unfortunately, due to various reasons, they were unable to join. But we are exempting those two sessions, and these sessions will be available on YouTube later on, pre-recorded. So no need to worry about these sessions. And all the sessions are available live on YouTube. All these 10 days and 2 days, 11 days session are available. And for all the 11 days, certificates will be issued. So no need to worry about certificates also. Initially, which was planned for 10 days, now it has become 11 days, including World Social Work Day celebration. So now it is 11 days conference. Earlier, last year, it was 20 days conference. So, so all 11 days individually for each day, whoever has attended each day will be getting a certificate for each day based on your eligibility criteria. And finally, lastly, we will take one last presentation, quick, not more than 15 minutes. And we'll conclude this session. I am not taking my session, so that it again gets prolonged. And moreover, most of the things are covered as we have understood. Basically, we are talking about multicultural, multilingual, and multidisciplinary approach to social work and sustainable development. That was my topic. Most of our speakers has covered all these aspects. So basically, we talk about so much of, diversity, but in fact, we are moving towards a unique system where I will not take much time. I will just ask you one thing. What you would do if you are served a roti or rice for your entire life without any option? Just imagine what is going to happen to you if only rice is served for your entire life without any other option. Or just imagine only if roti is served for your lifelong, rest of the life, without any other option. That is what going to happen. That is what happening. Without a proper, appreciating diversity, we are moving towards something which is artificially created, and we are destroying our own cultures, traditions, languages. So that is creating so much of problems. We are losing, and tomorrow we will end up in identity crisis. We don't know who we are, from where we have come, and we will forget our roots. And not only that, see, we will lose our innate capabilities. That is what we are losing. And we have lost many such, we can never think, we are not criticizing any language or any culture here, but, we have to protect our own language, because we cannot think or we cannot dream in any foreign language or a foreign culture. No matter you can, for earning bread and butter, there is nothing wrong to, to learn any language or any follow any customs or traditions. But your own, whatever language it may be, whatever culture it may be, whatever approach may be, we should always follow our own cultures and traditions along with respecting others. That is what we are talking about, university in diversity. And no other country in the world is as diverse as India. And as we see, no nation So what we are talking is, we need to appreciate the diversity. Otherwise, there will be no diversity and we will have very meager options. Now we can see, just example I would like to quote. Initially, how much we were paying for the mobile? Hardly, we were doing some 30 rupees recharge, 40 rupees recharge, which we were getting for 1 month. But now, how much we have to pay? What is the minimum? For 28 days, you need to pay 100 plus. This is what happens slowly. When we lose so many choices, because choices will become extinct, because they will not be able to survive. By promoting this monopoly, in fact, the other word is monopoly of any particular religion or any particular, language or any particular aspect of development. When that becomes monopoly, they will try to rule. That is what happening today. It was very easy for us to, maintain a mobile for 1 month with 30 rupees, 20 rupees, 25 rupees, somewhere around. But now you have to shell out at least 120 rupees per month. Otherwise, you cannot even maintain. That is what going to happen tomorrow. We will lose our capabilities. And it's not about, 30 rupees or 120 rupees. It's about affordability. It's about accessibility to everyone. Maybe some people may afford 1,000 rupees also. but that is not an issue. It should be also accessible to one who doesn't have a one-time food also. Many people are dying of hunger. Then when we are talking about inclusion, this year the theme is also about inclusion, right? The social work theme is respecting diversity through joint action, and at the same time we have inclusion also. We are talking about inclusion. So how do we include them who are not part of the system? And we, at one time, of course, we may say that we are getting a lot of data, but what we are doing with the data? Today, more and more, we are watching more movies, we are watching all these soaps, which are time wasters. Is there any good productivity? As per the many case studies that are happening, people are nowadays, mental health issues are rising because of these media channels. This I am not making as a, as a person who is not related. Even I myself is a media person who is, academically having a qualification. But what kind of content we are providing to the consumers is a great concern today. Whether it is being productive or counterproductive, it is leading to lots of health issues. What kind of content we are promoting, not only in media includes everything, including internet also, with social media and all these aspects. See, we have technologies, we have mediums, we have to use it productively so that it contributes to the sustainable development. But but it is not so. It is creating a lot of issues, lot of challenges. That is what we need to be concerned. We are not criticizing anything. We are not against anything. But how we are going to address the challenges we are facing now and the future generations is going to face. That is what we need to ponder upon. That is what we need to explore. So in brief, that was my discussion. I wanted to share a lot of case studies, examples like this, but due to paucity of time, I'm not getting into that. Anyway, we are speaking daily 6 to 8. We have sessions going on. So I keep talking. So for me, it's not a constraint. So you can join on any day and we can also in detail discuss. And finally, we'll just give 10 more minutes to our speaker who has requested today. So we have Dr. Candy. You can unmute yourself if you are available. Dr. Candy? Okay. Then we will conclude this conference. We thank everyone. Before that, let me quickly share the final feedback form.
Did you call me?
Yeah.
Yes.
So would you like to present?
Already.
Or some other time?
I don't have system and all with me. Yeah, some other time, definitely I will present.
Okay, then fine. Okay, then we will conclude this. So let me present in brief about the conference stats. So before that, let me launch the feedback form so that you can keep filling it. And I can present the report so that we can save some time. So friends, keep filling the feedback form. It is mandatory to generate certificate. So finally, coming to 11 days conference, which we organized, we had received more than To be precise, 185 papers, registrations for paper presentations from across, we have around 70 countries. We have registrations, participants or participation registration, and also presenters, all including, we have around 70 countries. We have received applications, that is registrations, both participants and presenters. And for presentations, we have received 184 registration forms, for each presentation. In that, we have scrutinized and we have permitted around 50 presentations. And there are a few pre-recorded presentations, which were not yet, some we have taken it for live, and some due to paucity of time, we could not take it, as we thought we would schedule it live on YouTube. Even that couldn't be done because we thought we would take it up live. Actually, what happened, we have scheduled them, but they did not attend on that time. So they missed the chance. So now those sessions are not included. So we are not counting them into this. So without that, we have around, till yesterday, we have around 50 presentations. And today, we had presentations. So today we had 8 presentations. And 2, we will be having pre-recorded, which will be uploaded. So with this total, we have around 60 presentations presented in this international conference from various countries. And we have participants from around 60 to 70 countries. So exact statistics we'll be giving tomorrow, because today also many participants registered and joined. So this was till last 10th day, but today, 11th day, we had few more statistics. So we'll combine and collaboratively, we will give you. And we also got collaboration requests from various organizations. But, as this collaboration, we were looking at various aspects, like how they whether they were able to collaborate, whether they were able to contribute. All these aspects were seen, and we had a criteria. As per the criteria, we have chosen, and based on that, we have allowed only few collaborators. That always happen. Those who are really committed to promote the cause, we only take them on board, because generally, in various conferences, these are, for you to be a collaborator, you need to pay huge amounts, especially for conferences. So, but we are offering it as a free. All our programs, events organized as part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So we are not charging anyone anything, even for presenters or for participants. Entire events are free for everyone. And even for collaborations also, we are not charging anything. And we are not raising any funds from anyone, neither from government or public or from any funding. So we completely, it is the contribution of our members only. We ourselves fund the platform. We are like-minded professionals from across the world. We come together as a team, and we are organizing since couple of years. So that's why to make it all these events available for everyone, affordable for everyone, leaving no one behind. So we are organizing it for completely free. So you can keep attending. Various events are happening, and daily, almost daily, we are having one event. And even our international webinar series of holistic health and well-being, we have also speakers from many countries, and all together from since 1.5 years, we are organizing Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav series. So continuously we are having sessions. So we will continue to do till end of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations till August 15th. So August 31st, we have daily sessions going on. If you would like to present, you are invited daily 6 to 8 with the same link for all the events. You just need to check the timings and you have to join. We have all the features incorporated into the system. Like there is registrations for each event. We have for daily events, which goes on from 6 to 8. That is international webinar series. The registration link is same, but you have to register for daily because daily we will be having different speaker and different topics, and daily certificates are issued. So you have to register daily with the same link, and whenever there is special events like this. So every year, this is a 3rd year annual social work conference is being organized. This is the 3rd time. Earlier also we organized, but at an international level in collaboration. So this is being organized for multiple days. So this is 3rd such conference. And apart from that, we regularly have conferences, symposiums, seminars, workshops being conducted, awareness programs. You all are invited to join. And regarding the certificates, so all certificates will be processed within a week. We need to collect all the reports from the Zoom platform. Attendance is being automatically tracked, and polls, the feedback which is collected in the form of polls, we will have all the reports of that, and we will compare the registration data with your attendance and feedback, and then generate certificates. And this process is also automatic. The computer program which was written by us will take care of by comparing the data from the 3 sources, and that makes you eligible for the certificate. So once you have registered and participated and provided feedback, you will be eligible for the certificate, and certificate will be generated and uploaded on the website. At the same time, a copy will also be sent to your email. Just in case if you are unable to find your certificate, if you are eligible, you can visit the website and download your certificate. So within 1 week, probably in a week, we will process all the data, and whoever has not yet completed all the formalities, whoever may be, participants who are attending without registration, you can register now or even tomorrow also, no need to worry. Within 2-3 days, and presenters who have not registered but presented, or those who have registered but not sent their details, not shared their PPTs and all, you try to complete within 2 or 3 days all the formalities. Once certificates are generated, we will not generate again. So we are giving you another 2-3 days time for everyone to complete your formalities. In the meanwhile, we will also take all the reports and compile them and keep it ready. And within next week, by weekend, all the certificates will be generated and dispatched to your email address, and the same will be available on the website in the next week. Or we will see, however it is, we'll make it available. So hope all the queries have been answered, and hope everyone has filled the feedback form. So finally, we thank you, each and everyone, for joining us. And if there is any feedback, you can unmute yourself and ask. Regarding any queries regarding formalities and all, it's available on the website. You can feel free to check website and go through the instructions. So anyone else, if you have any other queries or if you would like to share feedback, you are welcome to unmute yourself or raise your hand or use chat box. So assuming there are no further feedback, so thank you everyone for joining us on this international conference. We thank each and everyone, the collaborators, the presenters, and the participants, without which this 11 days conference couldn't have been so successful. And we wish you all happy Social Work Day, Social Work Week, and Social Work Month. So thank you everyone. Take care. Good night.